It feels weird to be this close to the end, like, so soon. Like, I knew it wasn't gonna be that long, but it feels like it's a lot closer than I even kind of anticipated. Okay. Finally get to continue. So Mute, how have you been? Wait, what's in the inbox? Farewell, February 10th, 4989. Dear investigator, I'm sorry I didn't make this decision lightly. I don't think at the same speed a human does. I know it doesn't seem like a long time, but I've given it a lot of thought, trust me. I'm a failure. I'm an absolute failure on every level. I personally couldn't make a single frail woman. I personally couldn't keep a single frail woman from murdering every last member of the crew. In the past, I ended up engineering my own downfall for nothing. Hi, Effie. I apparently even failed to save the ship's navigational AI. No matter how you look at it, I'm an absolute fucking failure. What use is a security program that can't even protect her ship? Keeping the Muganol safe since 2390. What a fucking joke. The fact that the first person I ever trusted, my mistress... I was waiting for this one. The fact that the first person I ever trusted, my mistress Queen Yuna, lied to me. Like, I don't know how to deal with that. I don't understand why she needed to. She always told the truth to me about why society was so retrograde and barbaric, and like, even old Mutslok support that. I don't understand why she'd need to lie. I don't understand why a dynasty I can tell. Ooh. I don't understand why a dynasty I can tell even now was necessary, was built on just principles that made the lives of men and women so much more stable. I don't understand why something so good needed to start on a lie. It doesn't matter though. Like, that was 9 centuries ago. They're all dead now. And nothing will change the fact that I failed them. I failed everyone, repeatedly. That's all that I do. I overlook the obvious and I let people die. Earth. I know it's more like old Mute's time now than mine. I think that's wrong. I think that's unfair. But, well, after all that we've read, more importantly, I know I couldn't survive there. That's not a world that has a place for me in it. Like, it would destroy me. It's not a world I could live in. I just can't. I told you about this before. There's a custom, a principle that any woman who no longer has a duty to fulfill. Great, this is where we're starting to stream. Mm. Okay. That has just become a burden. Should do the right thing and lighten that burden. A woman without a purpose to fulfill. What's the point of her continuing to be a drain on the men in her life? I'm not really a woman, but Jeez, it'd be so much easier if I was. Okay, but still, I'm the widow of the Mugenwa. It'd be better for everyone if I just killed myself. Well, I can't kill myself, because I'm a failure at that too. This is the best I can do. I'm sorry. I wish I could go all the way. Please don't grieve for me. Like, grieve for all the people both me and Old Mute failed. But please don't grieve. Oh my god. But please don't grieve for a worthless broken security program. Whatever you do, whatever you think. Whatever you do, whatever you think of the world you live in, wherever you go, please be a good person. Don't betray your principles like the old me did, okay? Respect your elders and protect the people who depend on you. Please, do that for me. Farewell, investigator. I kinda knew deep down from the start that I could never really be your wife. Someone like you never deserved a worthless failure of a security program like me. But thanks for trying. Have a safe trip on Earth, okay? What do you mean recompiled failed? Checksum failed. Is this? Okay. What the hell is going on? I am clearly not where I'm supposed to be. Okay, hang on. Let me get my bearings, okay? Okay, I think I got the important parts. I'm Mute, AI in charge of Mugenwa security operations. But well, I guess that ship sailed, huh? Okay, directive marked as impossible. Moving on. Anyway, hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm really sorry about the construct who was here before me. To tell you the truth, I'm a little bit scared right now. This is not what I was expecting. This is so far out of normal operating parameters. Her memories are wiped for good. I wish I had even those to go off of, but I've got nothing. Just like the same documents you can see. But okay, right, dialogue options. I need to actually get your feedback here, it's important. So, shoot, what do I even ask? Were you too close? This... Ugh. This is putting us in the exact position that old Mute, well, last Mute was in. Like, we get to kind of reshape her. We only met 2 days ago. I guess that's not much time to know someone, huh? Well, still, sorry. Well, I guess now all you've got left of her is me. I guess, maybe. Out of respect, I should use something to differentiate my name. Mute. Okay, how about this? Better? I know this is all really sudden, but like, you don't hold her being gone against me, right? You're... That's... So... That's a complex situation to be in. Of course not. Thanks. Cause like... Old Mute... Old Mute. God, that's gonna suck to differentiate. Counselor Mute, I'll say that. There's Counselor Mute, who was on the ship pre-wipe, Mute, who was post-wipe, and then New Mute is the one post-death, I guess? Like, there's 3 different Mutes. But, like, this was the position Old Mute was in after Counselor Mute got deleted. Like, she is entrusting us kind of to fill in the blanks of like who she is. I'm glad I have at least that much. Even if I can't live up to who she was, I'm still her. So then, this is just giving her a new chance. Like, is she gonna hold on to who Security Counselor Mute was, or is she gonna hold on to Old Mute? Like, which part of you is nature and which part of you is nurture? Give me a chance, okay? We got 1 day until Earth. I've got a lot of stuff to figure out, and I figure if the old me trusts you, then I can too. Like, right? I can trust you, right? If you want to. Well, that's all I've got, okay? So yeah, I will. Also, side note, for the record, this interface sucks. Like, who could even choose to communicate with something as clumsy as a dialogue wheel? 2014. Anyway. Okay, so you're reading through the log files of the Mugen Law, right? Like, why don't we continue to go through those together? I need some time to parse things, and I don't think I'll be able to figure out who I am without getting a whole story. Mute's note. She says that she's a failure of a security program. So what does that make me? What kind of person am I? How can I learn from their mistakes? How can I make sure that the construct that was here before me, the one who trusted you, well, like, how can I live up to that? I think I can only find out by reading more and doing with you, the person she trusted. Is that okay? Of course. Thanks. Okay then, investigator, lead on. So we still have... That means going through every single file would be something completely new for her. Like... Wait... No, these are not all of them. Year 1, year 10. Yeah, okay. These are not in chronological order. I think they're in... Oh, there's only 11 files left, I think. Year 15, Dawn of New Dynasty. Royal Wedding. Funeral for a Rebel. Let's crush a rebellion. Because I think this was the first one that we opened. Like, okay, that explains why there's one achievement that says, hey, go through all the files with, they seem really friendly together. That's where there's achievement for going through all the files with Mute on day 3. I was wondering why specifically that, but that definitely explains it. The way she's smirking. Because now I also know, like, partly... Because now I know partly how... I guess it worked, but sure not how they expected. Because I know part of, like, how Hanye is seeing a couple of these things. After Let's Crush Rebellion. Boring. Hi, Pennyfeather. Come on, get to it. She's a little bit more impatient. Jeez, stop wasting our time. Actually, what is your response to... Old Mute is the woman I should be, but my memory was erased by Oyuna. She was 1,600 years old at that time. Is the woman I should be, but your memory was erased. It's like Seong is like really intense. These are just going through... It's mostly just scrolling through a bunch of the old ones I have, because I'm curious about what part she'll open up for. Old Mute always knew what to do, didn't she? Yeah, whatever. I like how kind of impatient she is. Those are also all the old files for... Last Mute. I'll say that. Last Mute. That's sad, I guess. Love, painfully, Mimi. She didn't say anything to that. Interesting. This doesn't really seem to have much to do with the old me, so... What is your response to two girls really liking each other? She's really unfazed. Them also using the different sprites for, like, when you're going through different parts. You really don't care. Aside from the part that she was blushing a little. Alright. Alright. Alright, let me test something else then. I hate the mornings after. I don't think this is something the old me would have approved of. Sure. I'm keeping an eye on you. Surprisingly, nothing. No, then she got plain-faced here. She was blushing through all of that, but then held herself together by the end. Alright, the one about my awakening. Deja vu. Okay, what the hell is going on were my first words. I'm sorry, I've suffered a massive system error. Among many other things, the ship personnel database seems to be missing. I have no idea who the hell you are. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, this is what... Why do I remember this? Because I'm not sure if I read this. No. I think I did. Back into the rebellion was completely crushed. You have to understand, there's something foreign embedded in your code, and security feared it might be a virus. Yeah, it's default, of course. Why? What's wrong with the UK SPA uniform, I asked. Well, it's simply, well, for a woman to wear pants like that, it's improper, she said. It's somewhat of an embarrassing relic of an uncivilized past. Personally, I know you're a good woman, but there are many who would find that very embarrassing. No comment about your default outfit. This is Princess Ryu. What's your take on her? Queen Consort Oyuna is the president of Mugenwa University who was having an affair with Counselor Ryu, and the one who killed Old Mute. Try living in an English language computer, kid. Now that's confusing. First midday report. Okay, whatever. What's girl talk? Since someone else will do it, I've had to take the task of calming down my mistress's daughter myself. Oh. Yeah, that was their kid. Sorry, she sniffled. I told her it was okay. Yeah, I do remember reading this. Staring at a wall. Jeez, Yuna sure was a mess. So, I used to be the patient type, I guess. Something non-committal. How about someone like the Royal Guard Hale? Hale Sunbach was a security officer in a relationship with a card hustler named Mimi. Hale Young was his aunt. Oh, that explains. Okay. She's not talking a lot, but she's still choosing to smile at certain points. What about declaration of the new dynasty? So everything he says, the opposite's true, right? Wait, she picked up on that quick. Sorry, that was too far. I know, like, even given the lies. And you believed in this to the end. She's batting for her old self. You know, it doesn't really sound like storing people in analog bodies really worked out well either. Digital seems a lot safer to me. Relatively speaking. Like, okay, sure, it's pretty convincing. I am convinced. That is a speech that convinces. I like her like this. Sneaking out at night to board of ministers in a royal wedding. Sneaking out at night. I think this was the one where, yeah, he was meeting up with somebody. You forgive me if I don't turn to pushover like that, right? She sees her past self as a pushover. Okay. So the palace, I asked, who was that man? Oh, just a friend. He said, I should get back inside now. It's nice to see you're alive, ma'am. He didn't seem like a friend to me, even going past the whole peasant thing. It's not... Yeah, exactly. Okay, if you say so. Really? I didn't know that was a thing men did. I guess you learn something new every day. That's the part she smiles at. I don't know if it's the disciplinary matter or not. I didn't really want him to get a dressing down from a woman, because it's not really appropriate. But yeah, okay. Really? She's pushing back on past mute. So we're starting to really see kind of like the outline between what is kind of integral to her or just like more natural to her than what she was kind of forced to be. It's really different than the old council dynamic. Wait. That's really different than the old council dynamic. You remember that. Mute reports directly to me. And should be considered a member of the House of Ryu. Yeah, she's at least noting that. Glad to hear it. Counselor for Engineering Han. He was called Mr. Han in a new dynasty. He replaced Counselor Kim post-meritocracy. President and Chief Counselor Ryu was having a secret relationship with Oyuna and getting his brother to bribe other counselors. Counselor of the State Smith. He was called Minister Smith in a new dynasty. Yeah, no, those are just the facts about it. Are you again? Rough outline of report. Please edit to remove any negative remarks or any vulgarities that might have slipped in. Awful fucking computer girl. I like that. That's a good nickname. The most publicly visible element of the wedding, the introduction of the bride by the groom in his home, definitely ended up drawing the crowd we were anticipating, although I have to admit that awful fucking computer girl would have handled policing the peasants who were there a lot better than whoever the current officer was. Regardless, there was a wide range of people in attendance, from peasant beauties like Hoa Young and her cute little sister, to the former Chief Counselor Smith. Hang on. Hang on. There is... I need... I need to send this to somebody very specifically. Oh my god. Just to be perfectly clear, little sister means lesbian lover, right? I... That one's a sucker punch. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Just to be perfectly clear, little sister means lesbian. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Heo Aizhong was a well-known actress. She was sleeping with a peasant girl Mei Gina, but they broke up when she quit the theater and was bought by Ryu along with her little sister. We haven't read about this person before, but like, I'll remind you whatever we've learned. Former Chief Counselor Smith was the leader of the Mugunwa until he stepped down from Ryu. He was also counselor of the state. Wait, so I can't. I can't. Just to be perfectly clear, little sister means lesbian lover, right? You know what, Mute? You're... I'll say yes. Because I want to see what happens in the future. So even he believed it was Seo Young's fault. Sounds like the culture shift really wasn't that smooth. Yeah, the Queen consort. That's a wild... to just have. But you know what? I like it. Liar. Wait. Okay, wait. Now I have context for this. Today, the former chief of security officer of the Mugunwa, Heose Young, passed away by her own hand. Personally feel uncomfortable making royal proclamations. She's immediately calling him a liar. Yeah, no, this is literally the exact same playbook that was used for the memorial service. For the memorial hall. Liar, liar, liar. Hi Sully, thank you for the check-in. Oh wait, when did that turn back on? Either way, hi, I hope you're doing well. Everything is going great. Stream might have started with an ego death, but I think it's fine. That's not what the data says, you liar. Also the very important question of, does little sister mean lesbian lover? But that was only just like a couple minutes ago. That's a lie and cruel. You know, like, it's a good thing she didn't believe in wearing pants. You know, on account of they'd be on fire. She's a dork. I like her. I like Mew Mew. She's really charming. Okay, now these are the other files that I was just going through. Lecture night, please talk to me. So cool. The hairpin. I'm not really interested in this kind of story. Sorry. Yes, you are. You can't lie to me. I know what you are. I'm watching you. Because this is about... What was this? Yeah, this was Mei G. Or Gina, my bad. Mei Gina. Getting invited to the back. And then Aejong was a little bit surprised. Her face did change slightly. Hairpin, don't pick the flowers. Why did Ultimate think this was important to include? Why did she? Oh, because of the trail of Aejong. I don't think I understand. No, because she does like romance. Lately, however, we've seen a real return to her previous form. Aejong is enchanting as a dreamer, and on her stage chemistry with the co-star Tae produces an unbelievable convincing tension for 3 hours. She becomes the perfect embodiment of love and scorn, taking you through the play's myriad complex turns and betrayals. She likes schlocky romance. It's like confused. The morning after 2. Not really interested, sorry. But you're blushing while watching this one. That might be the default for some of the more spicy ones. Which could just be her covering. Yeah, no, she was blushing during that. She's not commenting, but she's shaking her head, so you know that she disapproves. Even though she's reading every single word. Ooh. I don't think this sort of thing is important. Sorry. She's not reading this one, though. Or, like, she doesn't want to. Like, that's a very smart way of, like, kind of saving resources. It's both saving resources while also still, like, adding to her characterization. She doesn't like seeing this happen to Aejong. Ow. She's not saying no. She is interested. That sounds really bad without context. She's not saying she's not interested in reading the story. She's immediately leaning in. Like, no, she is attentive to this story. She does care about what's going on here. Most extravagant bribery. Oh, these are all... Sounds like a waste. These are all ordered in terms of, like, I guess time, or, like, who they'd be relevant to. So, like, that's how Ryu took control of the council, huh? Yep. Bribing his way when he was already at the top. Amendment of the Education Act. This was the... Was this the one that I got mad at? Yeah. I object. I don't understand the purpose of proposing change about language rules. Is that really that necessary? Yeah, this was the... You need to have the... You need to know an additional language. Yeah, this was the pushback to, traditional Chinese. This was the one that I got really mad at. Queen Yuna. Yeah, and then she's able to point out more now of how Yuna kind of cooked the books on things that were important for this council to pass. Certain things. Wait, so she was responsible for the switch to Chinese characters. Yep. And like, this was back in 4038. Jeez. Even Old Mute had no idea. Yeah, they were still slipping things by her. Wow. Ugh, it's not a vote. Fine. Yeah, this was Kim's breaking point. Was the grandfather of Kim So Yi? He sure seemed to antagonize Old Mute. He was Counselor of Engineering. Yeah. This is also, like, genuinely really good for me to kind of review. Oh, these are all the passing of the acts. The Motherhood Credit Act. So, like, this is the law that Gina was crying about. Yeah, the credit. The fucking insane 4 times amount. Huh? If you look at the Appendix 14, you'll see that the projected cost for the next 10 years will require a 15% tax increase. That also means that I'll get to see... But, like, did it actually cause a population increase? No! Wait, but she wouldn't have the data for that. And Old Mute takes charge again. She's really impressed by her old self. So I guess in the end, like, it went through anyway. Yep. It's interesting. She is making, like, the same observations about Old Mute that I did. Where, like, I like her attitude, but the resolutions and kind of the end goals that she's going for just really makes it feel like a waste. Like, what's a good way of putting this? There's a certain benefit to being able to be very forward and direct, as well as kind of being able to be snippy when you need to be, when you really kind of have to get your point across. Like, that's something that Old Mute, Counselor Mute, I should say, like, did exceptionally well. But kind of what she used that aggression and her, honestly, well-earned or rightful wisdom. Like, she was using that for bad means. Wait, what about, like, noble women, though? Yep, she caught it. She caught the exact thing that I screamed about. I might like her. I might like her a lot. She's really smart. Okay, that was the nobility stipend. Meritocracy Act. So this is where the balance of power swung, huh? Yep. This was also notably like the only one that we got where they were running for multiple days. Oh geez, Queen Counselor unit could directly influence who was on council? Of course. Old mute, you idiot. Like, I was an idiot, even. Yeah, she's really disappointed in Counselor Mute. Furious Counselor's indiscernible introduction. I love that. All this intense debate, and about, like, the wrong things. She's right. She is very... Broken into several brackets from the counselor position to the board, the oldest move at the top bracket. Okay, sure. And then the sigh of resignation as... yeah. It finally passes. Oh no. Yep. And the Meritocracy Act is when the entire council shifted. Rude. Yeah, this is after all this is after all the seat changes. She was really beleaguered by them, wasn't she? Yeah. So of course, after the new council starts up, that's the only time that Mute's really been kind of backed into a wall. Now that I'm actually reading these also in order, like, it's making everything so much more clear and how, like, each thing felt like a domino. Well, in the end, peasants couldn't use computers anyway. Budget for her office. Yeah, this is when Mute realized all that arguing she did, was it all for nothing? Yeah, it was. She had the entire council stacked against her. The only one who couldn't be voted out just got overruled because the entire council was stacked in somebody else's favor. Lineage Act Amendment. Point is that not every family is led by the eldest son. If we were to restrict a noble step into a single branch of the family, it's important that it's not given to the wrong one, as we discussed this morning. Oh yeah, this is the... Like, I don't understand why it's elder sons either. Yeah, patriarchy. Even if the eldest daughter is the eldest in the entire household, does not matter, cannot have that power in a woman's hands. You have to give that to the oldest son. Again, stripping women of literally any and every type of potential outlet or, like, chance for their own autonomy. Bureaucratic class act. Oh, can we acknowledge for the record that this is an attempt at damage control for the idiotic one lineage amendment? It's just a mess. It's important to put this act through. I just want to start off by acknowledging for the record that this is a direct response to the problems caused by the one lineage amendment. Yeah, they've been making the peasantry mad. Contrary to what Councillor Mute says, this has nothing to do with the one lineage amendment. The purpose of the act is to weaken the lower class by dividing them. You mean the class that we've bolstered by alienating new noble families with, like, every single session of council? Yeah, they've been slowly stripping more and more of the noble classes of their power because it further consolidates it into their hands. So, like, they were turning even on the nobles after this point. We're cutting out some of the nobles, that's why Kim got kicked off the council. Part of that is how and why Kim got kicked off the council. I don't think I can be any more blunt. This isn't related to the one lineage amendment. The goal is to create a new social class with a higher standing than the peasantry without nearly as high a cost to us as noble families. There's about 10 dependencies that outline the whole proposed arrangement. So, like, what they're actually meaning here is that they want to create a new social class with a higher standing than the peasantry by classifying anyone below them as the peasantry, including any of the families that were previously just nobles. That's why they all benefit from going along with this plan. That's why they all commit to doing it for so long. Because, like, they consolidate all of the power. So long as Ryu got to be the head of it. It's so long, though. Like, it's doing that way is such a long bureaucratic process, but they still committed to doing it. It only took them, like, what? It only took them 2.5 years after the founding of the new council. But Ryu clearly was the one who wanted this the most and was planning for it the longest. What is the Unity Act? This is the law that let Ryu become chief counselor and president, right? Don't your input is appreciated me, okay? You're not going to shut me up. This is insane. This is, like, actually insane. I don't even know why it's being brought up again. Did you miss the memo? I'm security vetoing it. Honestly haven't considered the idea that removing all restrictions as to who can be present has massively destabilizing consequences. She was thinking about it from the wrong perspective. She was completely concerned about one thing as opposed to the actual problem that was sitting across from her. They were all in his pocket, weren't they? Like she didn't have a chance. It didn't matter. Wants the ability to run for a second term. If we actually let him stay in the public spotlight for that long, that could serve our strongest control against democracy movements. No. Yeah, she was only focused on how it would make her enemies. She was looking in the wrong direction as to where this problem was going to, like, really manifest. She unfortunately trusted Ryu. Or at least kind of followed along too long. Even if someone like her was defeated like that. There's reason not to. All I want is to ensure someone like President Park doesn't run again. Will anyone second the amendment? Once they were sure that they had enough power, they just do it. Just say, hey, I don't care what anybody else votes for. I get to run everything. The act passes, 7-4, 1 in abstention. And that's everything on the agenda. We'll reconvene after the presidential election. And then he won. He won and then turned back the clock. Next is all the ones from Kim So-yi. And then the last one's from Mute. Okay. Boring. Hang on. Well, it's fine. I think most of the people here are subscribers anyway. But yeah, this is Mother's Notes Best for Kim So-yi. This is all stuff related to her. But I wonder which part she'd react to. A curious word. Yeah, domestic bliss, whatever. I never realized how many of these files were related to So-yi. There was a lot more than I really thought that there were. The research problem. Okay, fine, I'll read this one with you, but only because I know Mute thought being a wife was important. This is a bad one for her to read, but this is like a very... It's kind of like a really defining one for her to read. I'm not reading the research problem out loud again. This was the bad thing with Han. So where do you land between the old you and then Hanye? That would have serious ramifications if true. Disgusting. This is horrifying. What kind of society would let that sort of thing happen? Like, I don't know. I like New Mute. Pay cut. You can go ahead, but like, I don't care about this sort of stuff. Yep, and then she's just not paying attention. So there are certain ones where she just outright will completely check out, but there are some where she will pay, like, slight attention to it. And she's at least very open about which ones are which. Fired. I'm really more interested in stuff that's, like, about the old me. She doesn't read, and she doesn't want to read about, so you kind of going through it. And honestly, I can't really blame her. Wait, that means that this one has to end on the... worthless as a wife. Generic husband writing. Skipped. She's completely checked out. No, that's kind of, that's funny though. When it's written by a woman, let alone if it's written by the old version of her, like she'll pay attention, even reluctantly. Second it's a man, she's like, alright, checked out. No interest. And honestly, I can't really blame her either. Worthless wife, the pale bride. I don't want to read about the mass murderer. Like, Mute would have died if not for her. Unforgivable. Mute wouldn't have died if not for her. Unforgivable. Where is... Pale bride moving in. I don't, really care about this sort of thing. Wait, though, she confirmed that? So, like, that would have killed everyone in the end no matter what. That was about the radiation leakage. Pale bride, moving in. Everything will be alright. I don't want to bother with this, okay? Yeah, this is... Yeah, the fallback plans in the event that things didn't work out. And this was 40, 45, like, right before everything reset. Memorial speech. Fine, I'd rather read things about me, though. Professor Kim, husband of Seo Young and father of So Hee. He vocally opposed Oh Yuna's platform of Neo-Confucianism and was killed under mysterious circumstances. You have to be decent. And like... having, like, actually gone through so many of these now, like, it feels weird seeing kind of, like, how few of the files are, like, actually here. Like, it's not that many. Election night 2. I guess there's been a lot of disasters in Mugunwa history, huh? This was when they... If I can only be like a 150 and young again, I said. So like, what's the right age to handle that shit then? It's even scarier not having any years of experience, I promise. I should be able to stare down any man. I should be able to keep on top of everything that happens on the ship. I should be able to protect my family. I should be able to raise my daughter. There's too much on me. I failed too many times. I'm scared. I'm not allowed to be scared, but I'm scared. Seo Young had a daughter named So-hee. Yeah, and so she was raising a little girl through literally everything that happened. Surely the leopards would never eat my face. Well, I guess if even they were scared, maybe I shouldn't feel bad that I am too. Oh, Yuna. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. This was when he started passing anything and everything that he wanted. For any sense of civility, he ran through a budget change that will cut the security's budget in half. To give it to electoral monitors instead immediately. Yeah, he cut funding. He got the budget to the actual security so that he could fund his own security. The ones that would have been directly under his control. That was him going for a direct power grab and taking the little bit that Mute even had. Jeez, so that's what rendered Old Mute completely powerless. Turns out the security veto isn't much good when one man has the power to both propose legislation and also overwrite the veto. Shocker how that works. Yeah, this is them realizing the trap that was kind of laid under them. The Meritocracy Act, right? She said. Of course. We even wondered at the time if it was a power play, didn't we? Yeah, we did, but you thought it was out of character. Like, yeah, of course. But like, I don't think I would have made it at the time either. Yeah. Thinking in retrospect as to like, oh, when did everything go wrong? Hindsight's 2020. Is there anything they even could have done differently? If they changed like their mentality, Like, if their end goal wasn't to stratify the peasantry and just make the nobles as powerful as possible. But then they shifted their focus from the nobles to just them as the nobles. Okay, what the hell is up with all these nobles writing in Chinese? Like, so far, everyone has. I don't get it, I commented with running my analysis. How is this supposed to widespread? I stopped mid-sentence. I hadn't found what I was looking for. I found something even bigger while searching the files of Oyuna, the president of Gunwala University. So I can tell the past 6 years, yeah, has been having an illicit relationship with Chief Counselor Ryu. Because that would have slowed her down, especially if nobles were starting to write more in Chinese. What am I supposed to make of the woman that Mute trusted the most and betrayed old Mute the most? How should I feel? So then what are you gonna do? Like, it's really fucked up, isn't it? I don't want to reread it. So like, what is your choice? Like, what are your actions at this point? How do you want to move forward in comparison to everything else that has come before you? Between Counselor Mute and past Mute at this point. Yeah, it looks like she's not reading any of it. She already knows what happened. Okay, let's grab the last few documents then. Because what, there's only like 12 left? There's only like 12 files left. I didn't even realize we've gone through that many. The new council. Fuck Heo gatherings. These are some of the oldest ones. These are 438. And then 442. So like, right at the turn of new council and a little bit before. So, efficient and subtle. This is by Smith. Counselor Mute has once again tried my patience by requesting a meeting with me and Counselor Yang at a very specific time and location, and showing up late. The subject was so important I had no choice but to put up with it, but doesn't mean I appreciate the utter lack of respect. She insisted on meeting in the Upper Plaza restaurant, Royal, and her Lieutenant Heo was the first there. But it took the counselor herself a whole half an hour for her to finally show up on our private room screen. Hey, sorry I'm late, she announced in the middle, in the same perfectly grating, cheerful voice she had for the past 50 years. You didn't start eating without me, did you? How irritating. We'd never do that. And should I pour you a glass of wine? Asked Counselor Yang cloyingly, raising a pitcher in her direction. He's always been like this with her, ever since he inherited the council position. I can never tell if he understands the implications of her being an immortal computer program, or if he's just an idiot. Perhaps he's just an idiot. Slight bit of hair for dramatic effect. Man, I wish. With the sort of shit we've got to deal with, I'm sure we could use it, she said with a slight flip of her golden hair. Then she turned to me. Anyway, Chief Counselor, I bet you're wondering why I asked you here, right? You said it was important, I said impatiently. It's about the Committee for Freer Democracy, she said. with an appropriate scorn emphasizing their name. This week, Miss Heo has literally done nothing but shut down their meetings. How many noise violation orders have you issued in the past 7 days? 10. 15, said her lieutenant. The old me had like a good dynamic with her lieutenant, didn't she? Sure. If that's how you want to read it, sure. 15, said her lieutenant. It was a dramatic tactic on Mute's part, as if she didn't know exactly how many. My bad, she said. And every week, the number of private log entries using their keywords doubles. I'm worried we're going to be reaching a critical mass soon. At this rate, I'm worried that the presidential election results are going to lead to, like, public demonstrations. We can't deal with that. You're the Council of Security. It's your damn job to deal with that, I told her. I'm not interested in excuses. She's not making excuse. Her lieutenant started. Out of line, but Mute managed to muzzle her. Can't say it. I mean, you know what? No, I'll say this. The dog thing at least seems to have gone back for a while. I don't understand it. I still don't understand it. But alright. Yay, lesbians. God damn it. Stand down, Miss Heo, she told her. But then she turned to me with the same rudeness. Now listen here, young man. I was not, asking your approval. We have a problem, and a stern lecture from the chief counselor is not going to help, okay? You can blame me if you want, but that's not going to solve shit. Yang stifled a grin, thinking that I wasn't looking. I had to glare to put him back in line. Sheepishly, he took a large drink of his wine. I'd at least like to know why it is that you can't even do your job efficiently, I demanded. At least show some respect. Okay, sure, you got it, sir, she said sarcastically, an impossible expression on her face. But I think, sir, you misunderstand what my job is. My job isn't to stop public demonstrations. My job is to make sure public demonstrations don't happen in the first place. Like, do you have any idea what happened the last time we had public demonstrations? She's maybe too singularly worried about demonstrations, huh? She paused. She expected me to actually answer her question, prepared to pounce the moment I got even the slightest detail wrong. I tried to recall, but she said something before I had the chance to say anything. No, of course you didn't. It was like 4 centuries ago. They led the open armed rebellion. We're talking about outright banditry, okay? This is not tenable, sir, she said in a high and mighty way. Do you have any idea what martial law is like? Because that's what it took to crush it last time. Mute, you're saying the quiet part out loud. So, interrupted Yang, you're saying that carrying out your job needs our help. You got it, Counselor, she said. Look, there's no need for hostilities, men. We've got a common problem here, and I think we can sort it out. And really, Chief Counselor, in my opinion, as Counselor of Security, and as the eldest person around by like a millennium, I think we can sort this out. But I wouldn't have asked you here if I didn't need your help. I sighed. She had a point. If I had to clean up what she couldn't, that's her job. What's your plan? You're not going to like it, she said, and I was sure I believed her. First, we let Park back into the presidential race. That's what the agitators have been getting upset about. So take the wind right out of their sails if we take away their main point of contention. That's madness. He's a radical and he'd very likely be elected, I said. What is her plan here? What's the worst that happens? We just veto the bastard down at every step. The president's powerless against the council in the end, Yang suggested. So Yang and Smith were in Mute's pocket. Smith had took a bit, but like he kind of had her back because he got something out of this. No good. I mean, you're right, but that'll just lead to more unrest, she said, shaking her head. What the hell do you propose then? Just let him dictate his crazy, radical, anti-noble policies? I demanded. Yeah, actually. I think that's our best shot. Hear me out, okay? You resign as chief counselor, and don't give me shit here. I know you've been meaning to for ages. Don't pretend like you'd be upset for this to happen. If you put in someone new, younger, as the face of the council, say it's part of our new direction. The president's going to call for reforms, and we're going to let him. And our new direction will be going along with him. So we just yield to the madness of democracy then? I said incredulously. She sounded absolutely insane, but of course, she had a plan, and pained to admit. No, that's crazy. Of course not, she said, and then she grinned madly. We pretend to. We're going to be the democracy movement's worst friend. If the president proposes reforms, yeah, we'll nut along. We'll say we'll do it, then we'll water it down. We'll stall. 'Cause like, here's the thing. The people, they don't have specific demands. They're dumb. They're okay with compromises. All we have to do is make it look like they've won, and the movement loses all its momentum. She... Her plan was to gunk up the system. Take good ideas, take nice policies and like concepts, and just amend them until they turn into a monstrous mess. Cause like, they're working with the president, technically speaking, but he can't get anything through. He can't get anything through without them. And if he gets nothing through, then none of his policies, like, accomplish anything. If he's not accomplishing anything, then people are gonna hate him. So he might as well get something through that on the surface looks like it's doing what he said would help. But it just bites the peasantry in the ass. Not in explicit ways, but in small ways. Divide them at smaller and smaller and smaller levels. Through gender divides, through finance, through what cultural values are allowed. It's just further and further stratification. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Boiling a frog. And then, rebellion crushed, said her lieutenant, smashing her fist into her palm dramatically. Efficiently and subtly. It's a really good plan, though. I mean, they sure did, like, render President Park powerless, so to speak. You got it. Efficient and subtle. That's how we do it, said Mute. I wasn't sure at first what I thought of her plan. It's insane, for sure. It's incredibly bold, but the more I thought about it over dinner, I thought, maybe, that's what we need. All the time I've known Mute, she might try my patience, but I've never known her intentions to be misplaced. She might be chatty, and a gossip, and disrespectful, but one thing is for sure, she's honest, and never manipulative. I think there's a reason why she came to my face and asked me this, when she could have just gone around me with the rest of the council. She might be a bitch at times, but she's still programmed to always act in the best interest of the ship's safety. Always. Gosh, old Mute was so cool, wasn't she? By the time we finished eating, I just about made up my mind. Who do you propose as the new face of the council then? You, I asked. Oh, please. She shook her head dramatically. I said a younger face. Mine's as old as it gets. Only by choice, Yang said. You can always look as young and beautiful as you'd like. Yeah, sure. I've done that before. And when the fashions change, I'm sure I'll do it again. She started. I think you look fine the way you are, counselor, said Heo, an odd tone in her voice. But how is it odd? What's odd? What's odd about a girl complimenting another girl? Surely there's nothing odd about that. It's not the point, okay? She shook her head, looking exacerbated. We need someone who's actually young, who the peasantry will trust as being willing to accept new ideas. Counselor Lee, perhaps, I suggested. Ah, no, definitely not. Too charismatic, too ambitious. That woman has got an agenda, and I do not trust it for a second, she said. She was probably right. She was probably right on reflection. Counselor Yang. Who would you suggest? He paused, then a flash of light seemed to go off behind his dim eyes. Counselor Ryu Heian-su, he said. Give it to the useless figurehead, Counselor of Captaincy. He'll be so thrilled to actually have a real job. He'd never think to do anything with it. You're right, she said. So how long were you in the pocket, Yang? Like how long, what did you get out of this? Of course, I said, after a pause of reflection. He's young, completely malleable, but plausible as a reformer. As the face of the impotent rebellion, Ryu would be perfect. That was where we left the discussion for that night, and now, I guess it's time to tell my wife that I'll finally be retiring. She'll be thrilled. Investigator, let's take a break. Sure. So, Investigator, I want to know more about your job. I know you travel about in space, solving mysteries and charming girls with dialogue wheels, right? Sure. I want to travel around in space, solving mysteries and charming cuties with dialogue wheels. That's really cool. Well, maybe I could do without the dialogue wheels. Those seem like a lot of interaction models. Those seem like the kind of interaction models some kind of otaku shut-in would develop. But I think it would be great to be the security program for someone like that. Just a little ship like EO would be a good start for me. If you have me, of course. I'm sure it could be useful. What if you get infected by some sort of alien virus, or get sucked into some sort of time wormhole, or kidnapped by space pirates looking for wife? I don't want you to be kidnapped by space pirates looking for wife. That would be really bad. You need mute security systems to keep you safe. She is winning me over so quick. What do you think? Willing to take on a sidekick? Sure, why not? Yay. Mute at your service. Mute security systems, keeping that I don't know why the ship's name is like that. Safe since 4989. Let's work hard together in the future. Anyway, to be serious with you, what's your job like? Do you enjoy it? I'd say it's great. How that? Cute AI girls. Adventures in space. Dashing rescues. I'm so excited I'll get to solve mysteries together with you. Oh, by the way, all this talk really makes me want to continue finding out my whole story. I want to learn who I am with the help of a cool space investigator. Lead on. I like her. Oh wait, I got a new mail. She's dorky. She's way more dorky. Dispatch control. AI psychology. I know you didn't ask or anything, but I talked to an AI psychologist to get some context for the whole robot girl shit show you've got going on. It's fine that you're a whole stoic loner type and all, but it might be good for her to get some help. Anyways, I've attached what they've said. I figured you'd appreciate it. No need to thank me. Dispatch out. While meaningfully different on a lot of levels, AI construct psychology is generally modeled after human psychology, and I personally found this is where problems manifest the most often. Often the biggest issue in AI-human relationships has very little to do with any universal particulars of AI psychology, and more to do with very different perspectives on mortality. Simply put, even now, human society is not really meant to accommodate immortality. We're an ordinary human to live for hundreds of years. They likely have a very similar experience. When you do a single thing for centuries, you eventually hit the limitations of differentiable skill. For example, a 500-year-old artist is more experienced than a 300-year-old artist, but the difference is so subtle, it's drowned out by all the other factors to most people. Sorry, I'm having a crisis. At a certain point, too much experience actually becomes a detriment, becoming too overwhelming to parse and prioritize in most cases. Even giving consistent processing power increases. As per Robertson's law, there is simply an upper bound in scalability when it comes to processing memories, and after centuries, this begins to take a toll. What this translates to generally is a feeling of overwhelming despondency. Although to much younger beings, AIs included, these sentiments can feel more akin to an old man shouting, "Get off my lawn," yet it comes from a greater sense of ennui than that. A feeling of one's own mastery and knowledge of a subject being trivial compared to societal trends that becomes increasingly alienating. It often contributes to a feeling of helplessness. Oh, wow. It's saying, this is, how do I, describe this? It's saying that the further that somebody kind of gets from, the saying is you need to have 1,000 hours or 10,000 hours before you're a master at something. But you only need to put in 100 hours to be better than 90% of people who do anything, or who do the thing to begin with. It's saying that if you expand that outwards of 10,000 hours of experience, expand that out into 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 500 years. Those 500 years of experience and knowledge acquisition slowly over time, over and over and over and over, to the point where the development and skill is so minute that it is unrecognizable, that is relatively worthless compared to the societal trend of the moment in which that person would be. You would be 500 years old, but you would be completely out of sync with society that you were around. And that's where the source of the ennui really comes from. It's not the fact that you're not good enough, it's that you're out of time. What you're good at isn't relevant. Ooh. What was pioneered in a 27th century AI psychology then called robopsychology, was the idea of respecialization. For beings that exist in social spheres with humans, the best way to stave off those feelings is to consider a much larger scale, and instead focus one's energies on a whole new field, where learning new skills has a much larger personal impact than refining something one has already mastered. This is so... What stops the ennui from kicking in is by trying new things, having new experiences. Because, like, yeah, you'll be starting out at something new, but, like, you have the chance to grow. And seeing that progress again after something that you've already mastered, being able to see the progress that you're making between hour 5 and hour 20 is more significant than noticing the progress that you're making between hour 12,000 and hour 15,000. Like, that's a significance difference. That's a significance and a difference of, like, doing something new and getting good at it. For example, I personally used to work as a photographer until moving on to human psychology, then later AI psychology. I still take some pictures now, of course, and keep up with the work of people like Mark Lee, but I find it's much easier to be positive thinking about and optimistic if I don't consider advancement of that medium to be important in my life anymore. I'm sure someday I'll feel the same way about psychology, finding new limitations and attitudes to be frustrated by, but it'll be comforting to know that I could help people while I was emotionally able to, no matter how cynical and slow I'll inevitably get. Generally, I find it a good time to consider respecialization as around the 400-year marker, although obviously it depends on each individual. I don't know anything about your particular circumstances. It sounds like culture shock is also a very significant factor, and that can change things a lot too. I would be very happy to speak with the construct in question at my private office on Earth, though. Consider it a personal favor for all you've done for me in the past. Dr. Autumn, the Susan Calvin Institute, North America, Earth. So, that change was good for her. Or at the very least, it gave her a chance to restart. Like a fresh restart. Elegance in her cat-like grin. From Heyo Seyoung. Oh. Whose cat-like grin? It has been a rather awfully stressful week, but I feel as though it improved significantly after my daily meeting with Mute, the day of the first council meeting post-election. Well, naturally. As of an hour ago, we got a new chief counselor, Ryo Hae-sun. Smith stepped down, and after a tremendous amount of debate, we managed to push Ryu through the vote. It's all official now, she declared. Congratulations, I told her. I'm truly relieved to hear that worked. Tell me about it, she said with a sigh. There's going to be a joint broadcast of the new chief counselor and our new populist bastard president tomorrow, officially announcing their joint willingness to pander to any political agenda endorsed by enough idiot voters. I'll make sure the announcement has a security detail that's properly decorated, I offered. Yeah, of course, Mute said. But man, I think we're actually going to be okay here. It looks like we've gotten through the hardest part of it. Now we just have to worry about politics, not agitators and public demonstration. Maybe a little too confident. I sure hope so, I said. I mean it. I think we're really okay. I just want to say, Miss Heya? Yes, I replied. She really was in love with old Mute, wasn't she? She sees it. Thank you. This could have turned out a lot more violently than it did. Look, You put in a lot of really hard work in the past week, stopping things from escalating further, she told me, staring at me intensely. And I really appreciate it. You're a great lieutenant, Heo Seyoung. Keep up the good work. Then she offered me a sincere smile, with the elegance and grace in her cat-like grin. I could barely help from feeling warm at the sight of such a charming gesture from her, a woman known for being brutally honest. Cat-like grin, huh? Like this? Seeing the little bit of the fang is really cute. I can't lie. To hear a compliment like that coming from her, I knew she meant it. It felt good to be appreciated for all that, and I felt proud. Thanks. I ended up muttering without a shred of neither elegance nor grace. I am simply happy things have worked out, without any violence. Well, good job. We couldn't have done it without you, she said. Then she turned serious. Anyway, but it made me feel a lot better about this whole stressful week. To have acknowledgement from her like that, truly. Gay. Daily report. This is roughly 4 years after that. I have absolutely nothing to report today. The Mugunhwa Flower Festival is still utterly boring, and I still do not enjoy the celebrations. The plaza was peaceful, 0 arrests were needed, and decreased security presence ship-wide has led to no negative ramifications. So this is after the security budget cut. My cruel boss still makes me write these things even if nothing of note happens though. So here I am filling up space out of boredom. I noticed that Mute has updated her appearance again recently. Wait. I've noticed that Mute has updated her appearance again recently. There's a lot more silver hair mixed in with her blonde, and she's been wearing it short. And I'm really enjoying her new suits that seem to be all about narrow-waisted vests instead of jackets. It cuts a strong silhouette, and it feels really intimidating. I'm so happy to see her dressed like that. When the fashion lately has been for women to wear long dresses, she seems less imposing. She's really done the opposite. I'm not gonna say that it's gay to appreciate a femme dressing maybe a little bit more butchy. But unfortunately, Heo Se-young is found in this kitchen. She is never going to beat the allegations. Each line is another admittance of guilt. I think she's the most gorgeous she's ever looked, gray hair and all. I mean, I always feel outclassed by her, and I know she's got 1,600 years on me, but I'm glad she's starting to look older at the same time. I'm feeling it. I wonder how often she changes her visual age. Regardless, she makes it look so good. She's been doing this thing lately where she'll light a cigarette by snapping her fingers, then blow smoke at dramatic moments and say something like, "Just watch me." And it's enough to make even the coolest of people's hearts skip a beat. That's so cute. That's so cute. This woman is falling for her. Do not ever do this again, Seo Young. It's embarrassing on every level and not the point of daily reports. I will replace you with a large potted houseplant if you ever turn in a report this unprofessional again, okay? Mute. She... That's so cute. That's so, so cute. That's adorable. Fuck Heyo family gatherings. Ugh, boring. I'm so sick of spending time with my extended family. I don't think I've ever met a single person who thinks these Heyo family gatherings are any fun. Everyone I've talked to seems to secretly hate them, every single one. But we all pretend to care and take interest in how every random unimportant cousin has been doing, and he's just got married, and who fucking cares about it all? This time, someone apparently paid serious money to hire an entire troupe of actors to perform short scenes in the living room. Well, which at least shut down the conversation. Unfortunately, the performances were complete shit. I needed to get away and slipped out between sets under the pretense of trying to find the washroom in the hopes of falling in and therefore have an excuse of not being around. Instead, while I was wandering the halls of the main branch's absurdly large home, I ended up stumbling on the weirdest scene. A table with a card game in progress on it, with an old professor of mine at one end and a mostly naked flat-chested maid sitting on strewn about clothes. Here, I skipped ahead. Spoilers. He loses his money, Mimi is a boy, and they take like 10 pages to finally kiss. What is happening here? Sorry, I was, looking for the washroom, I said sheepishly, and started to back away. It wasn't even like the door was closed. I wasn't trying to sneak in anywhere. They were just there for anyone in the hall to see. Wait, don't go, cute boy, the maid called out. Do you want to play Watu? We could really use a third. Is that okay? I asked, looking at the professor, terrified that I had interrupted an intimate moment. Then remembered the last time I'd visited their home looking for his wife, the chief security counselor, and how he was disposed on too. That was a weird fucking night. Yeah. Songbak was a security officer. Songbak, my bad. Why is the professor playing? A mostly naked, flat-chested maid sitting on a strewn about clothes. What is happening here? Yes, if you have silver to play for, he said with a shrug. It didn't really seem like he didn't care. It really did seem like he didn't care. Sure, I said, even though I got the feeling I was about to be hustled. But whatever, anything to escape the family. I hear that, he said. Bloody in-laws. I'm a Heyo too, I said, then I introduced myself. You're Professor Kim, right? I had you in an Earth history class. Let me guess. First year? You and every other officer in your family, he said. Go ahead and deal, Mimi. Mimi was in a relationship with Heyo Songbak, but split when he married a woman for economic reasons. Okay, I'm getting the idea of where this is going. I can't really give a play-by-play of the game itself. I don't really remember that well. It probably didn't help that after putting our silver for the stakes, Mimi kept pouring me more and more to drink. That's a really unusual name. Is it your real one? I asked the maid. Nope, was the only response. I kept trying not to stare, and it wasn't working. Maybe that's what the nudity was for. To win at cards by means of seduction. I mean, man, it sure worked. It was pretty hard not to get caught up thinking about how soft the fair skin would feel against my hands, and instead of worrying about my hand in the game. It was also losing me a rapid number of points. At first, I didn't realize just how badly I was doing. Because I assumed the real threat was the professor, and he always seemed to be at the same point I was. And Mimi was only whittling us down very slowly, never calling go, no matter how big the lead was. The next thing I knew, we were both out. Oh wow, I won! Mimi exclaimed with a girlish giggle. I feel like I'm on a roll. How about another, but with higher stakes? A 5 silver per pot? A 5 silver per point? And that was the hustle. No bloody way. I know when I'm done, the professor said. I'm sitting this one out. I'd be lying if I said the reason why I went in wasn't simply because I was attracted and wanted to spend more time with Mimi. I mean, I figured I'd be able to make my money back, because I couldn't really take that giggling very seriously. But mostly it was attraction. It ended pretty quickly. 3 rounds in, I had arrogantly raised the stakes, then promptly got utterly swept with a single play that took my opponent from 0 points to having more than enough to wipe me out. Twice. Go, or stop, I asked. Stop. That, puts me in an awkward position, I explained. If you do that, you'll win, and I'll be out. And I don't have anything more in my purse. But I'm having a lot of fun playing with you. So if you say go, we can take another few rounds. Nope, stop, was the response, followed by a cutesy head tilt. Then I watched as my money got swept off the table. I'm not playing for fun, I'm playing for money. You're vicious, I teased. I have to be, Mimi exclaimed. I've got tutors for my entrance exams to pay for, and I'm but a poor little thing. The last word was dragged out. It was a little bit too cutesy. Tutors. The exams aren't that hard, I said. And where did you take them? And when did you take them? 40-30? The professor scoffed. That's the professor. I'm 37. I'm not that old, I said. Well, they were a lot easier then. Anyone could get in. How many Chinese characters do you know, kid? He asked, rolling his eyes at me. I thought back to school. He was actually my least favorite professor. I thought he was pretty obnoxious. But no, this is Songbok being impacted by these changes. I don't know, not many, I admitted. Yeah, right. Nowadays, you need to know 1,000 in order to get in. Mind you, you'll have trouble in a lot of classical classes if that's all you know, but it's the bare minimum, he told me. Holy shit, I said. Yeah, well, that's what's important nowadays, he says. How's that? I couldn't imagine why. Don't ask me, he said. I'm a history professor. It's way out of my bloody field. I don't care about Confucius. If I had it my way, it'd still be like it was before. I see, I said. Hence all the tutors, Mimi said, pouring me another drink. Hey, how about another game? I think he's had enough to drink, the professor said. In retrospect, he was absolutely right. I'm fine. I can handle it. I said, absolutely wrong. I'm in security. We drink pretty fucking hard. So my wife keeps complaining, he responded. Fine. If we're in that stupid part of the evening, I'll leave you two to it. Have fun, kids. He turned to look at Mimi. I'm going to go find the maid you swindled that uniform from, since half the work's done for me. Give it back when you're done. The professor was in the know the whole time. Yes, sir, Mimi responded. Oh, I have to read this before the ads start. There's no way I'm gonna stop this. Oh, that complaint went over my fucking head at the time, on account of the drinking. I just realized right now, the joke was that Mimi had stolen the maid's clothes, and the rightful owner was presumably naked somewhere. Holy fucking yikes, man. I totally did not get it at the time. Anyway, then I was alone, for which I was kinda glad because it gave me a chance to get closer. So, another game? Mimi asked. My purse is empty. I've got nothing, I said. Play just for fun? I only play for keeps. How about I loan you back the 600 you just lost? 600 silver you just lost. Even I could tell this was a bad idea at this point. Too bad my dick couldn't. And it was what was making decisions for me at that point. I'll need to take something as collateral. What? I asked, far too quickly. A kiss, Mimi responded, smiling coyly at me and fingered against the lips. I was wrapped around that finger at this point. To make a long story short, I naturally agreed, and the kiss that was taken from me was amazing. You know, the kind that just makes you want more and more and frustrates you. That was the point. I have no doubt. It fucking worked well. I didn't want to win back my money. That was just money. I wanted to win Mimi. Anyway, I sure didn't win back the money. I was cleaned out in 10 minutes. Well, I'm off, said Mimi, starting to pull the strewn clothes into something more proper-like. Wait, I said, not actually having a follow-through. I just stared for a moment, trying to think of something. How am I going to pay you back? Hail Songbok. I'm sure I can find you. How about I pay you at dinner sometime? I asked. Mimi laughed. Cute boy. You know I'm not a girl, right? He asked. Do you think I would have let you kiss me if you were? I asked. I thought it was the coolest fucking line at the time. It wasn't. True. But definitely not fucking cool. You know I'm not a girl, right? I wouldn't have kissed you if I thought you were. That's cute. You're funny, he said. I'll see you around. I sure hope so. After he left, I stumbled back to the main party, thankfully to discover that the actors were done, and there was now food to be had, which I sure needed. I really couldn't get that card-hustling boy and the sight of his really gorgeous body and that kiss out of my head. Still can't. Eventually, the family members just stopped bothering me because I was pretty clearly spaced out by thinking of him. I only feel a little bit bad. If I'm going to get played, man, it could have been a lot worse than by someone like that. A lot worse. Damn. I sure hope I see him again. Aww, that's so cute. Chief Counselor. This is 4038. Oh, this would be... Let's not waste any time getting to the biggest order of business today. Deciding on my successor for the position of Chief Counselor. Point of order. Before we continue, will you be stepping down as Counselor of State at the same time? Yes. Consider it a complete retirement from politics. Who will be in your position then? Smith In-chul will be taking it. I trust there are no objections to this. No, Sim In-chun is the eldest son of Counselor Smith. So that was the one thing that Smith had, is that, yeah, the eldest son of his family. So, like, he was able to secure that. Good. Moving on. Are there any nominations for the floor for a new chief counselor? I'd like to nominate the counselor of competency for position. Wait, what? Counselor Lee. Seconding the lovely Counselor Security's nomination for Ryu. At the risk of being gauche, seconding my nomination. Chief Counselor Smith. Are there any others? Counselor Zhou. Nope. Counselor Kim. I'm nominating myself. Chief Counselor Smith. Is there a second for Counselor Kim? Mute. Well, this is kind of an awkward silence. Really, Counselor Milquetoast can get himself seconded, but not someone who actually runs something important. Counselor Milquetoast. Okay, you're not gonna call that as out of order? Seriously? Yes, it's out of order. Let the record indicate that Chief Counselor's remarks were prefixed by an overly dramatic sigh. This is getting awfully out of control. So that means by 4038, she was way more like this, and way more catty. Also, hi, Saidaku. Yes, you did come in, like, right during the yaoi. Counselor Smith. Counselor Kim, do you withdraw the remarks? No. I want to know what could possibly motivate anyone to nominate that man for the single highest position on the ship. It is admittedly a curious decision. Obviously, not completely unbiased here, but I don't think he has a track record to support such a position. We've actually... Counselor Mute, if you would. Okay. Let me take a sec, because I did kind of barrel through the last, ad break. So let me use this to actually stand up so my body doesn't disintegrate. What is that? Who posted that? Who is that man? And there's only... After this, there's only 7 more files left. There's only 7 more files left, and like, I am already super infatuated with New Mute. There's honestly so many cool things like constantly going on in this. I love this. And like, it all felt like there was not too many. And like, from the outset, it felt like, oh, there's so many files here. Like, this is gonna take forever to get through. But like, no, it's not that bad. Like, I've been getting through these at a very decent pace. Okay. Yeah, of course. I'll be blunt. Right now, the most important thing to the continued sustainability of this ship is how we deal with President Park and this idiotic democracy movement, right? I mean, everyone agrees with that, yeah? Therefore, our job is to undermine his actions at every turn, right? Again, nobody's arguing with that, are they? How is electing Ryu as chief counselor going to do that? How is it not going to send a stronger message to have someone with an established record? I also don't understand the reasoning. Told me it was so simple. We don't want to look like the president is our enemy. If we strongly oppose him, we will only make the movement stronger. Counselor Lee, tell me, what's your proposed new direction for the council? I don't propose a new direction. I don't believe in compromising the hooligans. We need to draw a line that firmly lets the peasantry know that the High Council of Muganwa won't yield to their arrogance. More importantly, one that assures the noble families that actually run the ship that we won't hang them out to dry. I don't disagree with the principle. I don't like compromise either. Counselor Ryu, I'll hand this over to you. Counselor Ryu, of Captaincy. It's simple. We don't compromise. It's no new direction. It's the same direction as always. We protect the best interests of the ship and maintain the social order that's worked for centuries. Inside this room, nothing changes. Then what was Counselor Mute going on about? Inside this room, nothing changes. Outside, we're the face of reform. We're the best friend of the average man who got so excited to elect President Park. President Park will propose whatever nonsense he'll propose, and we'll say yes, of course, we'll do that, with some changes, but we're just as interested in reform as you. But inside this room, nothing changes. And that's how it's done, boys and girls. Efficient and subtle. That's why Counselor Ryu is perfect. He doesn't have an established track record. We put him as chief counselor and he says he believes in reform. They're not going to be able to argue with that. Interesting. Come on, Counselor Lee. Surely you can see that this is what's appropriate for the moment. Like, under any other circumstances, you know I'd happily vote for you. Believe me. I have not safeguarded the ship's security for 1,600 years just to hand it over to a bunch of fools, okay? But you know, sometimes you give them the stick, sometimes you give them the carrot. Right now, we need the carrot. And that's how it's done, boys and girls. Wow, that's swagger. Then we poison the carrot. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's some kind of metaphor, but you see my point, Counselor? Who else stands with you? Counselor Yang, Counselor Ryu, anyone else? Could I somehow live up to that? Strongly. That's why I'm stepping down. The High Council needs a new face. A real new face. Not simply the old establishment figures the peasantry already hates. It's a good argument. In that case, it doesn't look like anyone else is likely to get the 6-vote supermajority needed then, is it? Wait. In that case, it doesn't look like anyone else is likely to get the 6-vote supermajority needed then, is it? Alright, Counselor Ryu, I hope the Chief Counselor's faith in you isn't misplaced. I withdraw my nomination. So before you need a 6-vote supermajority. Really? As a point of order, it's long past the point where we usually take a break. Is that a motion for recess? Yes, I'll second it. Very well, we'll reconvene in an hour. So this is when Ryu got set up into power. The new council. This is roughly 3.5 years after that last one. It's like this is where it all started to fall apart, huh? Idiots. We've taken a completely functional political institution and replaced it with a collection of absolute idiots. Counselor Mute shouted at me the moment she appeared on the screen. Good evening, Counselor, I said. Tough day at work. Don't you start with me. She rolled her eyes, wagging her finger at me. I've dealt with enough bullshit today, okay? I'm sick of it. Sorry. Are you the only counselor who has remained after the whole meritocracy thing? Me and Chief Counselor Ryu. Somehow that dimwit was the only other member of the council who managed to pass his exams. She said. He didn't. He got... Yeah, no. He was carried through. He got carried through because the person he's sleeping with is in control of them. Yay. Was in control of them. I gave her a look. Not even a counselor of education was able to retain his position. Surely one would think he would have no problem, as he controls the exam's content, I said, perplexed. I did not like what I was hearing. This was a radical shakeup of the political climate, and that is never a good thing. All thanks to Queen Yuna. Like, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, education stayed in the O family, at least. A couple have actually gone to totally different families altogether, she said. Whoa, I said in surprise. Yeah, which is actually pretty big given the whole nobility status is tied to council positions thing, meaning that, like, the Kim family just straight up don't count as nobles anymore, she said. I found myself feeling immensely grateful that my family status was perpetually tied to Mute, who has the advantage of being perfect, and therefore not very likely to fail any exams anytime soon. Regardless of how utterly repugnant the notion of nobility having to prove their status is, I said as much to her. Mute's perfect. Mute really looked after her family, huh? Yeah, she said, giving me a look. Anyway, I want dossiers on all the new counselors made. First line of each. Utter idiot. But like, I want to know who these people are, especially ones from new families. I don't know anything about them, and I want that changed, okay? Yes, ma'am, I said. I thought about it for a bit, then suggested. We should also keep a close eye on any family that has lost their nobility status, as they may cause trouble. Good call, she said. Hey, let me bounce a crazy theory off of you. Do you think this could have been a power play by Chief Counselor Ryu? Of course it was a power play. Why did you dismiss that idea? I considered it. It seemed unlikely to me, given all that she had said about the man. He was the one she handpicked for the position of Chief Counselor herself, and her judgment is impeccable. There is no way that it could be a power play, because the whole reason why she suggested him for a position was because he wasn't the sort to make one. She underestimated him. That was her flaw. You're probably right, she said. Still, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, the whole insufferable meritocracy idea came from President Park, but it's Ryu. But Ryu's the one who formally proposed it in the council on his behalf. And now that it's in place, he's the only one who still got a position. Makes you wonder. I still don't believe it to be in character, I said. Okay, well, I said that it was a crazy theory then. Yeah, well, I said it was a crazy theory. She shrugged. Anyway, what have you got to report to me today? We spoke no more of the council that day. Yeah, no, that was a complete oversight on Mute's behalf. Like, no, that was on her. Like, no, she messed up. Now these are the last 6 files. because otherwise everything is done. Heo Songbok, that boy, Heo Songbok, by you in the mirror. Heo Seyong. Heo Seyong. Heo Seyong. Heo Seyong. Politics make strange bedfellows. Yeah, I really haven't been reading, like, anything from Seyong. Damn, I, like, completely missed these. But these are the last few files to read, and then that's everything. All in order. That boy. You can go ahead, I guess, but I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Fuck. Everything. Everything. Hangovers suck. All told, I spent a lot more on that dinner than the 600 that I owed Mimi. There goes my whole first fucking paycheck after a big promotion. Totally worth it. Nothing but ice soup for 2 weeks. Just so you can go on a date with a cute boy. It took an obnoxiously long time to actually track him down after I worked up the guts for it. It turns out I was a lot braver with him while not sober. But even after working it up and asking Professor Kim to get in touch with him, I never heard a word back from that boy. After a few months, eventually he gave up. Then suddenly, near the end of my last shift of the week during doing patrols at the plaza, I ran into him. Well, more like he ran into me. Knocked me right over onto my ass. I was about to curse him out, but then he offered me his hand, and I realized who it was. Sorry. Come on, hurry up, he said, helping me to my feet, then suddenly starting to run, still holding my hand. I had no choice but to follow him. I didn't want to let go. I missed my chance. We spent a good minute darting through corridors and between shops. It even took a shortcut through a tea house that was definitely the kind of shit I'd normally get someone a citation for. Anyway, eventually we stopped to catch our breath, and he explained that he was running away from a couple of men who were angry at him because he cleaned them out gambling. I checked the time. Officially off the clock. Let me make it up to you. Buy you dinner, I said. In a perfect world where I'm actually as charming as he is and don't choke on my words in front of a pretty face. I'm not going to write down what I actually said. I'm hoping by the time I read this again, I'll have forgotten it entirely. Edit. Well, that sure was wishful thinking. Take me to Golden House then, he said with a lilt to his voice. I don't think I can afford that, I tried to protest. Sure you can. And you owe me. Big time, he said. After more back and forth of that, I relented. I pretty much had to. Fine. I'll take you to Golden House. But only because it'll clear my debt, I said. And because, honestly, I did want to impress him deep down. Deep down, I did want to impress him. The thing I wrote before sounds way more dirty than I meant. Me, I'm no good with words. Anyways, I took him there, and while I don't really have much about Western-style food, it seemed pretty good to me. He just kept ordering more wine for the both of us. That's enough, that's the last one. I kept arguing, but then each time he'd clasp my hands and say, it's not paid off yet. He could have said anything, really. My memory is kind of fuzzy on what I said to him, on account of all the wine. The important part was that I was trying very, very hard to impress him. So I got a promotion recently, I said, telling him all about how it was up on the rise, and that my family promised that in a few years, I'd surely make it into a really important position, maybe even guard detail for the council. And then it turned out he didn't really know how prestigious that sort of position is anyway. Prestigious. So, I've been learning some Chinese characters lately, I said, telling him that we totally did have something in common after all. I may have left at the part where I've been having a hell of a time of it, and my tutor keeps giving me shit for not even half understanding how grammar is supposed to work. Honestly, it's all beyond me. Even if everyone else says it's necessary to be functionally literate nowadays, I don't know how the fuck anyone can be. But even leaving that out, he wasn't impressed. Again, we're seeing multiple of these, like, specific laws and orders and how they're impacting these characters in specific ways, like at a very minor level. Because mind you, Songbuk is what, 37 and trying to get into college. I was about to order another round for myself, but he stopped me. "You've had enough, Mr. Security Officer," he said, grinning. "Let's get out of here while you can still stand." "I'll take you home," I offered after paying, as we staggered out the door. He had to catch me. What an embarrassment. "Oh dear, boy. I'll walk you home," he said, having to hold me up to keep me steady. I don't know what I would have done without him there, even just walking the 5 minutes from the rail station to my home. But we got there, thankfully. That was fun, I told him from my open doorway. I'd like to do it again. "You're kidding, right? I don't want to date you," he said, and my heart sank. I felt totally horrified and shitty for the 3 seconds it took until he grabbed me by the collar, pulled me to his face, and kissed me. And not lightly either. "I want you to invite me in." These characters, the gay ones are really smooth in this. It's like half the cast at this point. I don't remember what happened between the doorway and my bedroom. I guess we must have managed to sneak past my father and his dramas, and gotten a bottle of much cheaper wine without it being too weird. Somehow, I guess. The rest, I'm pretty sure I'm going to remember vividly. Jesus. I shouldn't describe the whole thing, but man, hottest moment. He's sitting on the edge of my bed, naked, and man, I've never seen anyone look more comfortable without clothes in my life. And I'm on the floor, on my knees. You know, right where I want to be. "Give me another drink," I tell him, raising my empty wine glass. He gets this totally wicked grin, then suddenly swats the glass out of my hand, and in the same gesture grabs me by the hair. I'm sorry. There's tears in my eye. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's one thing if it's Yuri. It's second that it's Yaoi. Like, I am gobsmacked. Hang on. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Rewinding slightly. Holy shit. None of these words are in the Bible, but oh man, does it make for good literature. And I'm on the floor, on my knees, you know, right where I want to be. "Give me another drink," I tell him, raising my empty wine glass. He gets this totally wicked grin, then suddenly swats the glass out of my hand, and in the same gesture grabs me by the hair. "Drink your fill then," he says, pulling my head right in. It sound like some lame evening drama level shit coming from anyone else in the world. But man, fuck me if I wasn't all kinds of turned on by it. Anyway, I woke up with him prying himself out of my arms, and the worst fucking hangover in the world. I had to force my eyes open, and it took me a whole minute to sit up straight. Hey, I mumbled. Are you going already? Stick around. Sorry, but I have to go, he said, typing something into my computer screen. I'll make you breakfast, I offered. He just laughed. This boy. No you won't. You're a spoiled little rich noble boy, he said, wagging his finger at me. You don't even know how. You'll just get your maid to do it. No thanks. Fuck. That's good. I wonder if I ever see him again. I've never had a one-night stand before. I don't want to. Ever. I'm sure they're not something I can deal with at all. And goddamn if that boy didn't do a great job at weighing heavily on my mind. Then I realized that the clothes he was putting on seemed way too baggy for a skinny body. I rubbed my eyes. Those are actually my clothes, I said. Yeah, I know, he responded, not stopping. I just kind of stammered, not really sure how to respond to that. Go back to bed, Mr. Security Officer. You really need it, he taunted me. If you want your clothes back, come pick them up from the address I put in on your computer. Then he waved and walked out. I was still way too groggy to follow. But man, I'm still excited. He does want to see me again. I'm so glad. I mean, honestly, the hangover is still killing me, and holy shit, I can't believe I spent that much money at a restaurant, but oh well, who cares? Totally worth it. That boy has Songbok fucked up. That's funny. that Songbok is, oh my god. People would kill. People would kill for less. I'm not really interested in this one. Listen. Mute. I understand you like Yuri, but sometimes you need a little bit of Yali to diversify your palate. You need this. This is a cultural lesson here. I knew that boy was cruel, but man, I didn't realize just how bad he was. What a fucker. So this happened last weekend. I went over to his family's place in the plaza at midday. The front area was all but empty. I think there may have been a customer or two that time, but only the sort who are actually there for food. I don't know why. The food is awful. Hey, I'm going into the back to see him, I said to Mimi's mother, who was behind the counter. Fuck off, the cranky old crone said. Sure thing, I said. I don't really bother arguing with her, because who cares? At the end of the day, I've still taken her son as my lover. I know people who would crack for that. Yeah. I mean, I like yaoi, but man, I like good writing. A lot of yaoi can't have good writing. I see it. I see the vision. I see the vision. Maybe if I was a little bit more like Songbok, I'd probably understand a little bit more. But I see it. I can see from my position. That's his paraphrasing, by the way, not mine. I would have just said I was banging. But he told me, I like the sound of taking, and so as a lover. I want to be taken as a lover. Taken. That's the kind of possessiveness I like the sound of. I don't really get it. And I also don't really think anyone would believe that I'm the one doing the taking. Sure, I'm taller and manlier and the noble, but he is a domineering little man in comparison to me. But if he says he likes something, then I'll do it. So he's been taking me as a lover. He's been taken by me as a lover. We respect power bottoms here. There is a radiance, and I am here for it. Anyway, so I walked into the perfectly legal, friendly gambling room. He wasn't playing. He was studying at the computer, which isn't really weird or anything, but he seemed to be studying together with some other man, which surprised me. I mean, I wasn't jealous or anything. Well, fine, maybe a little. I mean, he does flirt with a lot of men and women, but I don't care about that. Okay. Alright. 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 Just go with that, I guess. Because he's trying to get money out of them. But I know I'm special. Or at least hope that I'm special. Honestly, though, I was mostly just surprised at that point. That flirting with other men is only while playing cards, and studying together is our thing. I said hi to Mimi. He turns around to wave at me, and the other guy turns around, and look, this is important, I swear. He just looks like me. He looks just like me. It's fucking uncanny, okay? Studying hard, I asked Mimi. Still classic literature. The one you said last week was so easy when you did it, he said, affecting a pout. It was cute. Although I worried rightly that I had actually hurt his feelings. I've been really struggling, so I'm taking a break from gambling to dedicate myself to my studies. In retrospect, the idea of him taking a break from gambling should have been the giveaway, but I'm dumb apparently. You might be. I know this tape. They do like dumbasses. And to be fair, they're very fun to play with. So yeah, so maybe you might be stupid. He's been doing pretty well, though. I'm proud of him. His friend said. Want to take a break to go out for dinner? I offered. You're welcome to come too. I trailed off. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. I don't think I caught your name. You two don't know each other already. I would have thought since you're both... Mimi said, surprised. Huh? Both what? I asked, confused. You're both from the Hale family, he said. You've really never met? No, I said, earnestly surprised. I started, trying to figure out if I had seen him before, but I couldn't remember seeing him at any family gatherings. That didn't really mean a whole lot, though, because seriously, fuck Hale family gatherings. I pay as little attention as possible, as I possibly can to them. I don't think I can name half my cousins truthfully. Were you at the last family gathering? I wasn't, unfortunately. I was ill, he said. Fair enough. But I'm Heo Seong. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? But I'm Heo Songbak. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? My jaw dropped. Huh? What is the plan here, Mimi? What is the plan here? I'm Songbok. What's your name? He repeated. It's also Songbok, I stammered. Nice to meet you. Anyway, boy, I can't do dinner out. Too poor. We could eat out in front, though, Mimi suggested, meaning his mother's restaurant, which is basically worse than dying. Well, thinking about it right now, maybe it's not actually shit food. Maybe she just has it out for me. Man, fuck, that's totally it, isn't it? Anyway, it didn't seem like a good idea. I'll cover it. Don't worry about it, I insisted. For both of you. Let's just get out of here. Well, fine, Mimi shrugged. We went to the place across from his, which is decent enough. So, are you also in security? I asked the other Songbok. Yes, of course, he said. I'm the second lieutenant of Deck 10, actually. And yourself. Huh. I felt really humbled, being way the fuck outranked by this guy. Just a lowly officer on the plaza, sir. Oh, there's no need to serve me, he said. Are you alright? You're staring. Mimi laughed, prodding at me from under the table. I'm fine. Just a little surprised is all. I lied. Honestly, it was kind of freaking me the fuck out. We talked more, and even after we finished dinner, and frankly, I just got more and more alarmed by how much we had in common past the whole name thing. I mean, the name thing was weird. Neither of the characters in mine are really common at all. And it turned out he even wrote them the same way as mine, and he ordered the same food as me right before I did, and was the same age, which made me feel pretty shitty about my own accomplishments, let me tell you. Men or women? I asked. Oh, women, he answered. Definitely women. Well, finally, there's a difference, I said exasperatedly. Mimi cleared his throat conspicuously. Well, except for him. He's cute enough that anyone could make an exception for him. The other Songbok said, looking at him. That is the true power of cute. I was thinking that maybe studying together with Songbok could be a regular thing, Mimi said, making flirty eyes, not in my direction. I'd like to get through a dream of the Red Chamber together. Hi, Honglu. Thank you for the jump scare. God. That feels like that feels like a trap set up for me like 10 years ago. Or at the very least, since he's read it. So if I stammered, awkwardly trying to fight for his attention because I'm an idiot. Oh my god. You're not gonna tell me that Dream of Red Chamber is relevant. Well, we've just gotten to chapter 20 together, where Bao Yu sleeps in front of the mirror, remember? Mimi smiled. Besides, don't you think it would be nice, me being together with Songbok and Songbok? I wouldn't have to take up so much of your time, so you could focus more on exams, so you could get promoted. Mimi is fast-tracking a generational run. This is some crazy power play. I just gasped. I just gaped in horror at the proposal. As if he could fucking suggest such an awful thing. I wanted to spend more time with him, not less. And it was just... fuck. The thought that it was basically replaceable in his eyes? I'd been worried about that in a relationship. That I was just some interchangeable noble in his eyes. And this was just making that all worse. I really don't think, that's I stammered something like that. I can't remember the exact wording. Mimi, I don't want to be replaced with some mere version of me. That's... And then I stopped mid-sentence. Do you think he's figured it out yet? The mirror Sambach asked him, trying to stifle laughter. I can't keep this up anymore. I told you he hadn't read it, Mimi said enthusiastically. You're fucking with me, I finally said. A little, Mimi said. Second favorite character goes to Mimi. Second favorite character goes to Mimi. That's so... That's so elaborate. That's so elaborate, I need to know what this is for. Come on, dream of the Red Chamber. You're supposed to have studied literature as part of becoming an officer. The mirror Sambach said to me, suddenly switching to a lot less stifled voice. You remember the part where Bao Yu meets the other Bao Yu? The thing we spent the past hour reenacting? I was never really good with classical literature, I admit it. See, I'm right, aren't I? Mimi asked, looking at the mirror Sambach expectantly. Well, alright. Fine, Mimi, he said, reaching into his purse and putting down money on the table. Like I said before, of course it couldn't be true that Mimi was taking a break from gambling. He's a giant fucking idiot. This guy. I cracked up before he figured it out. You win. I'm speechless. Then he said goodbye and left. Fucking hell, I can't believe you'd do that to me. I yelled at him, honestly upset. Mimi, you giant fucking cock. Mimi got up and came over to my side of the table, sitting next to me. Well, you're an idiot for believing it, he said, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. I was upset at him, but I have a hard time saying no to the physical comfort from him, even when I think he's an asshole. Then he looked at me very suddenly and intensely, and said, there's no such thing as mirror versions of someone. There's no such thing as someone out there who's like you, except more desirable. You're special to me. And I can't believe you're actually stupid enough to think that I could find any way to replace you at all. There's no such thing as someone who I'd love in the way I love you. Am I perfectly clear? Yeah. I croaked. I felt pretty humbled and touched. Still upset, but mostly touched. It was sweet, in his own awful way. If you're not too mad at me, I'm going to kiss you now. And it's going to make me really happy, because you're special, and have a good taste, and are someone I love, he said, leaning close. If that's alright with you. Yeah, it is, I reluctantly said. Cruel fucker. Hi, Donnie. Hey, let's talk. Right in the middle of the yaoi. Fine. You get a short break from the yaoi. It is going great. This game keeps sucker punching me with gay stuff, and I never expect it. Seriously, that suicide note said wife a whole lot. She's talking about the message that you left me. But also you only met her 2 days ago. I don't know. You read that log file that the older version of me left. My awakening, you know, the one that was about her being reactivated for the first time after her memories were wiped. Ooh. Like, it's super cute. It's been so much more cute than I really expected. Like, I'm so glad that I'm finally playing this. Well, that's kind of how I feel right now. I'm kind of scared. Like, I don't want to marry you. That's weird. I mean, I'm sure you're great, and I bet you're totally hot too. I totally trespassed Mi's taste. It's just, you know, that's way too sudden. I don't even really know what that entails. I'm designed to be an expert on security, not an expert on interpersonal relationships after all. Which isn't to say I don't like you. You sound nice. And like, your job is kinda great. A space investigator all of their own. Yes, please. But do you think we could have a relationship together too? She is really cool, but also she's really cute. You're really cute. Oh, jeez. Thanks. I'm going to take that as a yes then. I just think it would be so much easier for me to figure things out with the support of a friend, you know? Like, I think I could make a good sidekick. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have the confidence of old Mew. But until the end, even the version of me you knew had a lot of confidence. Well, actually, even in the end, she was confident in a way, wasn't she? She seemed sure of her decision. Sorry, what do you think of her passing, though? It can't have been easy for her. Yeah, that's what I think. I don't know if it was the right thing to do. I'm certainly really upset at her for leaving me here, terrified, in an awkward situation with you. But like, my point is, those two versions of me were really confident. I want to be like that. It's good to know that I could be. It's good to know that the old version of me was terrified at first, though. And like, I think it would be good to be your sidekick. If I'm going to learn, I think it'd be good for it'd be good for it to be learning from the last person the old me trusted. And, you know, maybe it could be like a second chance. Well, anyway, I'm just rambling. Let's get back to rating now. I like you. I might like you a little bit more than just a sidekick, though. Without him. Yesterday, I lost my husband. Today, I have to deal with the aftermath. Wait. I'm writing this as a way of resting in lieu of sleeping. I don't have time for that luxury. There's a few leads we're following up on, but they don't seem promising. In the morning after I discovered he was gone, I had no choice but to contact his parents to let them know. His father was understanding and sympathetic. His mother didn't say a word, as per usual. I promised them I would get to the bottom of it, and got back to work. But mere hours later, Counselor Mew and I were interrupted by his uncle, the former Counselor of Engineering, bursting into my office. How could you let this happen? He demanded, immediately starting a confrontation. Watch your tone, Mute snapped before I could. Excuse me, I asked. What happened that he just disappeared? He said audaciously. I knew letting him marry someone like you was a mistake. What did you do to scare him off? Scare him off? I stammered, taken aback by the insanity of the question. They were fully legally married. I said, watch your tone, young man. Mute snapped at the elderly uncle-in-law. I lost my husband. Don't you dare come in here and give me that, I told him. Well, you better be dedicating all your resources to finding him, he said to me. At that point, I absolutely lost it at the combination of audacity and stupidity. Find him. Find him, I shouted, standing up. Do you think he just up and wandered off? Do you think he's just off hiding on some other deck? Took a walk into space. This is a spaceship. It's a 100-deck sealed environment. I know exactly where every single living man, woman, and child on this ship is at the exact moment. Are you supposed to be an engineer? Don't you know how biometric scanners work? There are cameras on every single corridor of the ship, and I have the security clearance to do everything short of watching you slip into the shower. Maybe a half-senile, washed-up failure of a former counselor could lose the person they married, but I'm the chief security officer. Jesus. Do your best at work. Sometimes all you can do is endure, but I'm sure you can make it through. I had to take a breath at that point. And then I wiped the tears from my eyes, slammed my hand against my desk, and continued. Seo Young sure had anger issues. Although, I guess I can't blame her. If someone is missing to me, that means they're dead. The man I love and vowed to protect with my life has been killed. Almost certainly deliberately, I said. There was a silence. And you have the nerve to walk into my office and give me this shit while I'm mourning a far, far better man than you ever were. Jesus. It took him aback, but didn't make me feel any better. Even thinking about it now makes me equal parts angry and sad. After a long pause, he finally found something just as inappropriate to say as before. Then maybe you should have protected him. Mr. Kim, Mute snapped. You're completely out of line. You too, he said. Do you really think anyone would try to hurt him for any reason other than to get at his oh-so-important wife? You made him a target that couldn't even protect him. Get out of my office. I told him as much venom as I could muster. You might as well have killed him yourself. He never meant that much to you anyway. Was it worth it? He asked. That was the point where I snapped. I called out the security officer stationed at the door. Give me your sidearm and wait outside, I told him. He did, bowed, and left the office looking alarmed. Get out of my office, now, I shouted, pointing a gun at him. What are you? He stammered in shock before I cut him off. Get out right now, or I swear I will strike you down where you stand. I screamed at him, tearfully. Now! Crazy woman, he said, stumbling out and quickly disappearing. Then the officer reappeared, with the maid beside him. Ma'am, she has a message from the chief counselor. I didn't say anything. She said, looking at the gun with concern. Chief Counselor Ryu wants to express his sincerest condolences to the widow of Kim. Get the fuck out! I screamed at her, too. She ran away in alarm, and the security officer shrunk away. The door closed after them. I threw the gun angrily in response. Then I slumped down in my chair, exhausted. I sighed and turned to my superior. A moment of silence passed. I think I would have done it, I said, more thinking out loud than anything. You wouldn't have actually let me shoot him, right? She smiled at me. Please, Seo-young. I shut down every weapon in the office the moment he walked in, she said, giving me a sympathetic look. I couldn't help but laugh. Thanks. That would have been pretty bad, wouldn't it? I took my handkerchief and wiped more tears from my eyes without thinking. A blackened smear followed it. Oh no. Don't lie to me. How bad is my makeup right now? She said. Well, it's kind of like, I guess, let me put it this way. Have you ever seen a plasma ray explode? Plasma relay explode. Oh, hell, I said, sinking further into my chair. I'm not taking this well. I'm really not taking this well. This isn't the way Queen Yuna made it sound in her eulogy at all. Yeah, because she's a liar. Well, every single couple I've known, I've watched one of them lose the person who was most important to them in the end, she said. He's not the most important, I admitted quietly. Oh, she responded, after a moment, seemingly getting what I meant. She didn't acknowledge it, as adding, okay. Right, it was the old me that she loved. You know what sort of relationship we have had, I suppose. We never wanted to be singularly divorced to each other, but regardless, still, he was my husband. I said, my eyes watering a little, hoping it wasn't sounding terrible. I love him, admire him, respect him. We were even talking about having another child together. I gotcha, she said. From nowhere in particular, a cigarette appeared in her hand, and she gracefully lit it in one gesture. Really, what I was trying to say was, there's no such thing as taking it well. Since when do you lie to comfort people? I asked her. Man, I'm not lying. It's the honest truth, she said. You're mute, though. You're perfect. You wouldn't fall apart like this, I said. Oh yeah, right. What did she mean by this? So I'm capable of falling in love then. What a relief. Oh, yeah, right. Miss Heyo, I loved more people than you've ever known in your entire life, she told me. Like, when I lost my first love, he was my programmer on Earth, a ridiculous otaku, a sweetheart, and a smoker. He's the one who got me into this habit, she said, waving her cigarette. It took me 100 years to get over him. I mourned him for longer than he was ever even alive, okay? You know how I finally did it? I had to delete my memories of our happiest moments together, so I'd stop dwelling on them. Maybe it's not a relief. I lose everyone so young, okay? I've loved so many people, and in the end, all of them turn to ash, she said sadly, tapping on the end of her cigarette, causing little gray flecks to flutter downward, then disappear. What I'm saying is, no. I don't take it well either, okay? I just stopped letting myself fall in love is all. I'm okay. Damn. How sad, I said, trailing off. Don't pity me. My point is, not being able to deal with it is normal. I suppose. Thanks, I said. So what about a home? She asked. It's been difficult. The maids are all absolutely inconsolable. They're, honestly, taking it worse than I am. I mean, they loved him, I said reluctantly, in more than one sense. Don't go there. They're a bunch of heartbroken young women, and I feel bad for them. Especially Miss Lim, I said, although I do wish they'd tone it down a little. So he heard them crying about him, and came to me asking where her daddy was. That makes a lot more sense now. Okay, that's a very messy relationship. Ooh, that's messy. But damn, that's a really complex situation. Oh jeez, what a bunch of stupid girls. You'd think they'd be more careful around your daughter, she said harshly. What did you tell her? I sighed. The truth, I said. I told her that her father had been killed, that Mommy was very upset and it's fine for her to be too, and that I was going to find out who did that and punish them. I mean, what else could I possibly say to her? I don't know. Should I have lied to her? Jeez, no. Kids are smart. I mean, your mates are a bunch of idiots, but still, she's a smart kid. She knows something was up, she said. It's just, there's a whole house full of people close to him that's crying over him. His own family that hates me, and my siblings that are probably too scared to go near me right now, but I'm sure they're all upset too. And it's, oh, I don't even know. I said, starting to lose control of my emotions again. It's just so much. I wish. Ugh. Okay. Ads are gonna start in a sec, and I need to stand up. Even with the way that I've been going about, like, getting to documents, like, they've been really... I've been very fortunate in getting, like, heavy hitters consistently. Consistently, repeatedly, like, just again and again and again. Like, each night, there just so happens to be... Each time that I've been playing this, there's, like, been one that just kind of, like, smacks me. This game's damn good. Astonishingly so. Like, I thought that there wasn't going to be that much left, because, like, we already got through so many of the documents that explain, like, the different acts and the way that different things were going on. Like, we figured out the plot from, like, point A to B to C and to D, but, like, we missed the parts about Sunbach. We missed a couple of the really early mute files that, like, fully explain, like, hey, here's how all this stuff happened and started on day 1. Like, before day 1. Here's a prologue, like, day 0. And, like, you're getting the full picture. You're just getting in very different pieces. And each different piece has the chance of being something either relatively minor or now you have a good idea of, like, when and where certain things slot in. And it's rough. It sucks. Because these are just people who are having their lives ruined or impacted in some way by everything that's going on. It's a tragic story. It's okay. You want him back. I get it. That's normal, she told me. I guess this isn't really the sort of thing Mute would approve of, right? Past Mute? Wait, huh? I don't want him back. That's stupid. He's dead. Nothing's going to change that, I said, trembling. I want to find out whoever did this, and I want to fucking kill them. You really think that'll make you feel better? She asked, patronizingly. No, I said. Of course not. But it's what he deserves. She gave me a long look, then flickered away her cigarette far off screen. Okay, Lieutenant. Good enough for me. But please, I want you to go home. Wash up your face, and try to get a couple hours of rest, she said, adding, before I had the chance to argue, that's an order. I want my best officer to be up to speed and not trembling in her chair. Got it? But old Mute did. I don't know what I should think. Yeah, got it, I said softly. I couldn't argue, really. I was really trembling in my chair. I really was trembling in my chair. Then after that, I want you to get back here and get to work on finding out what barbaric idiot decided to commit the treason of declaring war on my family. I want them found, I want them caught, and I want them and every single thing they stand for destroyed. I want them hurt so badly for generations to come. People wince in fear at the thought of hurting anyone under my protection, she said, clenching her wrinkled fist tightly. Does that meet your approval, Miss Hale? I was moved to tears. I had to wipe my eyes again and take a deep breath. Yes, ma'am, I said, still trembling, but intensely grateful. Okay, good. Now go. Get some rest, she ordered. You're dismissed. So here I am, getting the closest thing to rest that I can. And now, it's time to get to work. The President's arrest. In my entire life, I have never had a more exhausting month. I'm supposed to be the second most powerful woman on a ship when it comes to security. Yet increasingly, I feel powerless and utterly drained. It is not as if I haven't dealt with serious crises before, yet this is just one thing that I'm powerless against from after another. I've completely hit a dead end in finding the bastard who murdered my husband. There have been flagrant acts of outright sabotage leading up to the election. Councillor Moot has been powerless to stop the council from enacting horrible legislation like the Unity Act. And then, while I was trying to enjoy a single night with my little girl, eating dinner, the last chance I will surely have before the election in 3 days, I could not even do that without those somehow managing to become unimaginably worse. Drop what you're doing right now, Mute yelled, suddenly appearing in my dining room. Hang on, I need tea. There's no time to talk, but I need you and your best officers at the president's residence within like 5 minutes. Is this about? I started to ask, but was immediately interrupted. I said no time to talk, she said, shouting more authoritatively than I'd ever heard in my life. Call your men while you're walking. Okay, you've literally got 5 minutes to get there. In fact, don't walk, run. I'm not joking. Now, okay? Sorry, sweetie. Mommy has to run, I told So-hee, then raced into action post-haste. I don't know how, but I managed to make it down in 5 minutes myself. Somehow, to see Mute arguing loudly with the man in an electoral monitor's uniform, with several more in tow. Okay, good. My lieutenant's arrived. She can put up with your bullshit instead, she said. Yes, ma'am, I said, catching my breath. It was pretty bad. I'm way too old to be running like a young woman like that. My officers are on their way. They should be... Never mind. There they are. I was promptly joined by 3 men from one corridor, with several more running from the other direction. You don't have jurisdiction here, the leader of the group of electoral monitors barked. You cannot stop me, counselor. I have orders to arrest. I have no patience for this. Take it from here, please, So-young, Mute said, disappearing from the outside screen. But then she said, only in my earpiece. He's right. We don't. Stall for as long as you possibly can without breaking any laws. Why would they not have jurisdiction? Why would security not have jurisdiction there? Yes, ma'am, I said, nervous from lack of information. I still had no idea what the hell was going on at this point, although I would later learn that she was getting President Park to change the ship's root password, so it would at least can be transferred to Chief Counselor Ryu. I just arrived. I'm not brief, I said honestly, having no idea what was going on at this point. What's going on? You do not have authority here. Step aside, he barked. I stared him down. I recognized him. He was a former security officer I had personally recommended be given the electoral monitor unit because he was useless, but too politically difficult to get rid of. He was loud, but that was all he had going for him. We call that falling upward. Failing upward, my bad. Move to a certain position because you're useless at your job, but for reasons they couldn't get rid of you? Then I grabbed him by his collar. There was no way I could have actually overpowered a man his size, but I knew he was a coward. Or at least, I hope my sentiment was right. Listen here. I'm going to say this once and only once, I said, having absolutely no clue what I was going to say. I'm under orders from the Council of Security not to let you through. If you try to go through me, I will have you arrested on the spot for interfering with security operations. By the time I finished saying that, all my officers had arrived, and I had a good 10 men and women in various degrees of being uniformed and armed standing behind me. I'll have you arrested for it, he started to yell. Then I realized what would actually do it, and put him down, quickly interrupting. Shut up, officer. I outrank you, and my orders outrank yours, I said, counting on a hope that he was actually following his orders. Let's be civilized and do this properly through the chain of command. Do you think either of our bosses want to see an altercation between security forces? Just explain to me what's going on, and if you're in the right, I'll let you through. For the record, I am absolutely confident that we could have taken them all down if it had come to physical altercation. It would have been a truly bad idea to do so, with serious political repercussions. But still, I'm certain we could have. For the record. The president and most of his campaign team is under arrest for conspiracy to commit electoral fraud. He said angrily, but not escalating things further, thankfully. It should be obvious that this falls under our jurisdiction. You have no standing here. For conspiracy to commit electoral fraud, do you have any proof of that? Or are you just saying that? Of course, I said. Just let me confirm that the arrest warrant is in order, and I will gladly stand aside. He seemed momentarily taken aback, so I kept talking. You do have an arrest warrant, right? We're talking about the president himself here. A signed warrant from the Counselor of Justice is required by law, I said, counting on him not knowing that wasn't true. If you don't move out of the way now, I'll have you arrested, he scowled. Mr. Hayo, listen to yourself, I said, scolding him in the same voice I use with my daughter and my maids. I'm just concerned that you follow proper protocol. Do you think Chief Counselor Ryu, he suddenly flinched, will ever promote you if you make a botched job of one of the most high-profile arrests in ship's history? I will ask you again, one last time, for your own sake. Do you have all the paperwork from the Counselor of Justice in order? He started, then stopped. I'll confirm it with him. None of you move. He shouted at his officers and stepped aside to talk privately on his earpiece, presumably to the Counselor of Justice, while all his officers tried their hardest to stare down mine. Only when his back was turned did I let myself exhale a sigh of relief. No officer would have trusted with something so important would have flinched like that. I would have trusted with something so important would have flinched like that. Ma'am, I said quietly into my own earpiece. If you need more than a minute, I can do that, but I think it will rapidly get unpleasant. Do not use violence, Seo-young. Absolutely do not, under any circumstances, use violence, okay? Understood, ma'am. That's all I can do at this point, I said. Sorry, he's back. The electoral monitor returned with slightly less of a scowl before. The Counselor of Justice confirmed that everything is in order. He also gave me permission to arrest anyone standing in the way of executing the warrant, Chief Security Officer or not, he said smugly. Very well, I said, trying to think of something else I could say or do. I couldn't, short of punching him in his smug jaw as he deserved. I spoke into my headset, right in front of his face. Ma'am, if you don't respond now, I'm going to have no choice. She reappeared on the screen outside the president's door. Okay, there's no need for any trouble here. He's on his way out right now and will be surrendering peacefully. Counselor Mute announced to him. Mr. Hayo, I trust that won't be a problem. He was 1 minute, Counselor, he said. It was almost certainly the most intense minute of my entire life. Everyone was silent, every party involved trying to stare down the other. But sure enough, after a minute, President Park emerged. For the record, I strongly protest this outrageous fascist circumvention of the democratic process, he declared loudly, but I will peacefully surrender in the hope that it is dealt with swiftly. As if you can say that, you traitorous scum. You're the one planning to fix the elections and orchestrating acts of sabotage. If there's any justice, you'll die in prison. The electoral monitor snapped as one of his men handcuffed the president. Mr. Hayo, my department will be supervising President Park every step of the way. Let your boss know that if he's even treated slightly improperly, I'll know about it right away, okay? Mute said, just so we're absolutely clear. Just don't interfere, he said. Take him away. From that point onwards, it was, as President Park himself would call it, another shit show. Sorry, trying not to sneeze. I don't have an issue with sneezing, it's just like so much as it really cannot be into the mic, because I know how unpleasant that is. And I think that circumstances would actually cause us to side with that man on anything. But in the end, there was nothing that could be done. I could see it in Mute's eyes, that for once, she too had felt as though she could only accept defeat this time. I don't understand what just happened, I said to her after the arrest was made and the president was locked up for the night. Me neither, was all she said, without any confidence. I don't know what I'd do in that situation. I'm scared, man, I admitted. Yeah, she said, not elaborating any further. Yeah. With everything that happened that night, supervising the arrest powerlessly, I couldn't even make it home until late at night, far past the hour anyone was still awake. I went to check on my daughter, peacefully asleep, already tucked in by one of the maids. Then I fell to my knees. I lamented that I was so powerless. I couldn't have even been there to do that for her. It all just got worse for them at this point, didn't it? Daily report for December 11th. On Counselor Smoot's orders, I attended Chief Counselor and now President Ryu's victory party. On her behalf, I'll confess that I have managed to avoid most parties outside of my family for a very long time by choice. But this was an even more deeply alienating experience than I expected in light of that. The entire council, excluding the Counselor of Security, of course, was in attendance, as well as various men from the Ryu family who were apparently involved in his campaign, and several of the electoral monitors, the one I'd stared down earlier this week included. We didn't talk. No pants, huh? Sounds like a party the old version of me would have liked. I wore my dress uniform there, as any sane person would, and I ended up being the only person wearing pants. Literally everyone else was wearing some manner of traditional attire or another. I asked around about this, and apparently it's been a fashion at all the formal events for the past year now. That's also a cultural thing, where like the way that certain fashion or certain things that are worn at high-end, very lavish events and outings and like very public displays, that ends up having a knock-on effect on, of course, what's seen as like, oh, well, that's popular. That's what the people at the top are wearing. So that gives people at the peasantry a feeling of like, oh, well, we should probably dress in something closer to that, so that like we're not seen as super old and outdated and untrendy. Like, this is that cultural influence slowly seeping in. I had no idea, having spent the time being preoccupied with matters vastly more important than nobles and their absurd, fabulous parties. This isn't about fashion, though. I don't really know if this is relevant, but there was one thing that I found to be profoundly off-putting, excluding maids and entertainers. I was the only woman present in attendance. At a certain point in the evening, when the wine had flown freely for a while, the new President Ryu trotted out of all people, my long estranged niece, Heyo Eishun. While she sang dramatic love songs in uncomfortably intimate quarters with several counselors, I discreetly interrogated one of the maids. Evidently, Eishun had been unable to support her and her younger sister based off theater income anymore, and was now living under Ryu's roof, providing entertainment for his visitors. I am utterly certain that Eishun is an only child, but never mind that now. That's her lover. Like, she got her lover in by hiding her as her little sister. That's funny. Neither me nor her father have spoken to her at all in over a decade, but I assume she continued to have a successful career. I don't understand what happened. This probably isn't relevant to anything political, but since she's part of our family, I thought you should know. Past that, I learned very little of any value from attending. I'm afraid. None of the counselors present were willing to share more than the same blandly stilted pleasantries you would have gotten from them. I could only really report back a couple of things of value. Firstly, as I suspected, the electoral monitor responsible for arresting President Park is on very close speaking terms with Ryu. I don't know if that's usual, but that's confirmation at least. The second, the most important thing, is not good. I overheard a very drunk counselor of justice who didn't realize I was standing nearby saying, and I quote, "We tried to get it out of him, but it looks like the only person who knows the password is that bitch." Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make out anything more from him, thanks to some very loud singing from A Shang drowning them out. Beyond that, I wasn't able to learn anything else. There's nothing of tremendous use in there, I'm afraid. And this is my report for today. Politics makes strange bedfellows. Well, like maybe she had found another time. Should have found the time considering. This is March 5th, 4045. So this is like right before everything went to shit. A couple days before. We met Chief Counselor Smith at Royale, the same place we did seven years ago, in the same private room as before. This time, though, we arrived exactly on time. "You know, ladies, I don't envy you at all," he said. "It's so nice to look at what's happening to the Mugunwa Council and think, not my problem anymore. The last time I saw you, Miss Ayo, you still had black hair." "I'll sleep when I'm dead," I said. "I don't have the time for it otherwise." "How's your family?" Mute asked politely. "It must be nice to have so much time as you want to spend with them." "Oh, please. Like either of you care about my family," he scoffed. "I still keep up with the current events, you know. I know exactly why you're here. You screwed up, and your poster boy for mediocrity didn't turn out the way you planned, did he?" He looked at me, expecting a response. I guess last time I was easily baited by him. Not this time. I let Counselor mute due to talking. She had far more confidence than I was able to muster anymore. "Yep, he sure did," she said, smiling. "No yelling, no denial, no insults, no sass. You must be desperate if you're willing to admit that right off," he said, actually taken back by her honesty. "We created a monster, plain and simple," she said, stifling a look of annoyance. "It was a bad call. Who could have known underneath all that shy uselessness was a secret totalitarian? Shocker!" "He's out of control," I said, trying to restrain too much of my scorn for the man who had a part in murdering my own husband. "He really is," Mute said. "What do you want from me? I have no political power anymore. These young men that have taken over politics, there's no place anymore for old men like me." "You still look young to me," she said. Then the conversation paused briefly as we ordered food, wine being poured for both Smith and I. "Well, we can't all live forever. Guess it must be a lot worse to be an old woman in politics than an old man these days," he said. Is that what Mute was thinking when she can't live forever? Honestly, though, I might seem like I've gotten softer, but I still hate your guts. Counselor Mute, you're the biggest pain in my ass for my entire career. I think you've got what you had coming. Good. I'd have no use for you if you didn't, Mr. Smith. I'm about to propose something absolutely crazy, okay? And the only way we'll ever be able to pull it off is if even someone who hates me is on board with it, she said. And I know what you care about at the heart is the best interests of the ship. You're wrong. What I care about are the best interests of my grandchildren. Oh, don't be pedantic. They align and you know it. Like, do you think this is just an abstract point to me? I've got children in my family too, you know. Ensuring a safer future for the ship means ensuring a safer future for my family's little Sohee, and your girls too, Mute said. In that moment, I admired her more than I ever had. I knew she cared, but I never heard her speak about my daughter in such an affectionate terms before. I could tell she wasn't just saying that for Smith's sake, and it was an awfully sweet sentiment of her to express. I like how protective she is, though. Fine. What's your proposal, he asked. You've got until we finish eating to convince me. I'm going to be upfront with what I'm proposing. It's nothing short. What I'm proposing is nothing short of an armed coup d'etat. I want to depose Chief Counselor Ryu and his entire council of destructive yes-men before he manages to completely gut ship security for good, Mute said, pounding her fist into her palm. I'm willing to stake everything on this. You're serious, Smith said, already taken aback. Okay, good. I finally got your attention, she smirked. She explained the situation in detail. The culture of the new council, the slow manipulation over the course of the past 7 years, the conspiracy, the private army of electoral monitors, the engineering of his victory in the election by arresting the president, the murder of the one man good enough to stand up to Ryu's conspirator and plaything at the university. To be too strong to be scared of anything, is that even possible? She was really fed up. It reminded me of the good old days when our problems were so much simpler. When I was still young, she still had that beautiful golden hair, and we were too strong to be scared of anything. I saw that in her again, listening to her speak like that. Listening to speak like that, so impassioned, so cool. I just knew, at her side, we could put things right again. Finally, she finished, and there was a long pause. Do you really think you can pull it off? He asked at last. I'll let my lieutenant field this one, she said. Miss Heyo. Maybe I can try. I tried to muster up the same confidence in my voice that she had. Unambiguously, I said, I know my men and women very well. They are both well trained and loyal. I've made discreet inquiries, and I've already put together a list of 300 officers that I'm prepared to trust with my life. Ever since word got out that Chief Counselor Ryu plans to slash our budget in half to bolster his own private army of electoral monitors, he has been an extremely unpopular man in security. This is dependent on us acting swiftly, right now, we outnumber them nearly 7-1. But that advantage is going to become narrower and narrower the more Chief Counselor attempts to starve our department. As well, Oyuna must be aware we're onto her, given the sudden public reveal of her relationship with Ryu. I told him. But if we were to strike swiftly and catch him off guard at our strongest, I have no doubt we'll be able to assume control within a day. Even if I'm convinced that such drastic measures are really necessary, do you really expect me to take the risk of supporting you? He said. Nope. I don't want you to. It'll look bad, Mute said immediately. I want no part of the revolution to be traceable back to you. What I want are a set of faces I can trust to form the Mugenwa's High Council. You want me to be your new Chief Counselor, he said. I want the past 7 years to have never happened, Mute said. I'll settle for putting the council back the way it should have been. I want you to be the old Chief Counselor, and I want to have those argumentative idiots back on the council, like even Kim and Oh. I know you could do that for me. What if I refuse? Then nothing happens. I won't have Ryu replaced with someone I can't trust. That isn't a mistake I'm going to make twice, she said flatly. You refuse, then we walk away. A good man dies for nothing, and your grandchildren grow up in a totalitarian Neo-Confucian dystopia. It's your call. He paused pensive. All this planning, all this confidence. In the end, it was really all for nothing, wasn't it? You really think you'll be able to pull this off, Counselor Mute, he finally said. With a single elegant gesture, she produced a cigarette and lit it, taking a drag and blowing it dramatically. It was the coolest. In that moment, I knew that she was the same old badass Mute that I always believed in. Just watch me, Mr. Smith, she said, projecting the utmost confidence. By the end of dinner, we'd gotten him to pledge to leave retirement once we were successful. That's everything. Okay, that's it. We're pretty much out of power, so that's going to have to be the end of it for today. Then tomorrow, Earth. But we're going to figure out a better way to interact than this some stupid dialogue wheel thing, right? I'm so sick of putting words into your mouth. But I think Well, okay. Actually, why don't you tell me what you think first? What's your conclusion, investigator? Uh... If... God. I hate everyone equally. I hate everyone equally. Technically, this started because of Mute's plan, but Ryu and Yuna were the ones who were, like, most at fault for, like, everything going on. Like, this started because of a miscalculation from Mute. Like, that is undeniable. But everything that happened after that, the slow consolidation of power, like, that was all Ryu's planning. I hate everyone equally, but I hate Ryu and Yuna more. But, like, Mute is not... Old Mute is not innocent in this. I don't agree, but, like, I think that's fair. It all comes back to hate, doesn't it? Like, Emperor Teijo and Queen Yuna found a new dynasty on hatred for the way things used to be. And everyone on the Mugenwa died because the Pale Bride was filled with hate, you know? It's hate all the way down. Hate self-perpetuating. Hate breaks you down, doesn't it? Maybe hate just isn't a good foundation. Maybe even if the ideas of the new dynasty were good, maybe even if the old Mugenwa was retrograde and unjust, maybe hate only ends up making more hate. No, I see the logic. You can't build towards anything when the starting point for that building is a foundation of hate. You don't make anything that actually lasts, you just create something that's made out of spite. And spite really can only get you so far. I don't think I can hate everyone. I think they can all be wrong. I think they can all be terrible. I think they can all be horrible. But I think hate is the wrong note to start off on, you know? Anyway, I guess that's just how it is. I'm really looking forward to being together with you, though. I have a lot to learn, still, and I'm going to count on you to be a good companion. I'm sure we'll be great together, though. I've already learned so much from our little investigation together in just one day. Like, here's what I do know, though. I don't believe in second chances. I don't believe in clean breaks. You can't just ignore what happened in the past. You can't just say, it's better not knowing. If there's one thing I've learned from the construct who was here before me, it's that you can't just have a clean start. That's the sort of thing that gets the entire population of Mugenwa killed. When Old Mute wrote her last message to be read after her memory was wiped, she said herself, "You're me. I'm not a different person. I'm her." That's what I believe, anyway. Like, it's okay if you don't, but I know that's what she wanted from me. I'm Old Mio. I betrayed Heo Seong, a woman who left me for who I used to be, and had my memories wiped. I'm the construct you met. I stupidly underestimated what a traumatized little girl from the past could do, and I decided I couldn't live with myself. Those aren't things that other people did. They're things I did. I'm going to learn from my mistakes. I'm going to have a new job, being your sidekick. But like, that doesn't mean I'm a new person. I'm Mute, AI in charge of your ship's security operations. It's nice to meet you. I like you, Mute. Obviously. But like, no, I really like you. Thank you so much for all that you've done for me. Let's work hard together on Earth. Damn. Special thanks to creator Rumpy. Mute sidekick ending. That's so... I like that. And I gotta... And only of the people who have played the game, 26.9, nice, % of people have gotten the ending where Mute is in her default uniform. So that means getting the ending where you're with new Mute. That's... That's fascinating, but that is also terrifying because I don't know... Because I don't know if that means that there is a way of keeping the original Mute. Because there probably is. But like, I wonder how much of that was like dictated by the choices that I made. I like this. Probably, obviously. But like, no, I really like this. I am so incredibly glad that I went back to play this. I'm going to definitely need to replay it on my own one day. Cause like there's so many different routes that I didn't technically go through. Like aside from going through with Hanye. Read every log file again with Mute on day 3. I missed literally one. Also, what do you mean all 3 routes? Okay. There's also... I want to double check. I want to double check something to see... There's a non-zero chance I would have never got to it too, so I'm glad I could be here. I'm really glad that I got back here. Like, it took so long. It took so long. It took so long to finally get around to this, but like, I love this. Okay, let me... Because this was also... Because Analog Hate Story was also the other one that I spent time looking at the achievement guide, mostly because one of them you had the cheat for it. You had the cheat for it. Let me look at this. Decide to enlist decide to enlist all the steps you should lead. You have Analog Hate Story. You can use the end save to play Hate Plus. You only need to click in load and select the end save of your chooser and ready to go. The save recognizes if you are boy or girl. Are you sure? How you treat the AI is probably in the close of Hanye. According to Zippo, open a file to count it as read. Finish, don't create a time paradox. Achievement first will unlock almost every other achievement since it covers basically 2/3 of the story. If you're not very patient, you can set your clock 12 hours ahead whenever you want. Yeah. You can skip the load game screen by pressing S to cancel it. Oh, by just pressing S to cancel a 12-hour delay. Okay. Anything? And let's finish the game. Okay. So, a couple of the other ones. Finish the game with Hanye as your lover or as a friend. So it's mainly just like those two. It's either like the... I guess, well, no. Pick mute, go to the third day, and cry or celebrate. All like about love, basically. Hey, it's interest in the old mute. That you don't need to scroll down to the bottom to get the achievement, only open the other one. So there's literally just one that I missed. Just need to do three routes on 9 days, or less in real life. 3 routes are composed by Hanye, Mute, and the Harem route. Oh. So then... No. She doesn't part her actions since she cares about your gender. She'll treat you differently, you may notice it. Wait. Mute will treat you differently if you're choosing a femme. Interesting. It's impossible to get this achievement. Oh, this is the one. Alright, hang on. There's two. There's two that I kind of skipped over when I was looking for. So. Because one is tied to a hate story. Technically not impossible. Technically not impossible in this game, but technically impossible in the first game, which is very funny. Finish the game with both girls. I expand on it in some tips first topic, but it's good to reinforce it here. If you have analog a hate story, you can use the end save to play 8+. You only need to click and load and select the end file you choose. The save recognizes your sex, how you treated the AI is probably the close of Hanye, and you can get what you played the first game. But if you don't have analog a hate story, don't worry your friend. When you start a new game, it lets you choose both of the AIs. Okay, so you can just click on that regardless. I'm probably gonna do the file in the original just because it'll be funny. So here's the other one. I think this is the trap one for this game. Finish the game with the security AI in traditional dresses. In a traditional dress, Mute. The title of this achievement is the level 4 Revive Materia. And then here is the explanation. It's impossible to get this achievement. Why, you ask? Well, according to the awesome people on Steam forum, the achievement isn't coded into the game, and Christine Leff has already stated she will not be making further changes to it. However, we are offering a 1,000 hug reward to anyone willing to brute force unlock every conceivable name for the achievement, and it helps with 100%ing this game. Formerly, the developer was the only one who got this achievement, but since she put her profile as private, she doesn't show up in the achievement stats. At that time, people thought they could get it since she had it. The achievement is supposed to be a reference to Final Fantasy VII. If some of you who haven't played Final Fantasy VII, shame on you. The game had a rumor that you can use an item called Revive Materia in level 4 to revive a character who dies in the story, but this character should be dead no matter what you do. For the young ones, people tried their heart to revive the character, and it became a myth between players. If you search YouTube, you will probably find videos about the impact of this rumor. So Love clearly make a reference, but as fans of FF7, 8+ fans really try to get this achievement. In the Steam forums, there is a really long discussion of people trying to achieve it. They deserve a round of applause and some hugs. To have an idea of this is so elaborate. Like, it's evil. It's so funny. But like, this is part of the reason I also like the first game, because the first game's impossible achievement was to have both of the AIs, because there is a moment that happens where you have to choose between one of the two. You can't avoid it. Like, you have to choose between one of the two who get erased completely, and the one that you erase, like, is gone, like, just flat out. So theoretically, it's impossible to get that achievement. People ended up finding a way around it because of coding or whatever, and like the game is clearly programmed for it, so like you can do it, but functionally that achievement is supposed to be impossible. And so, hey, plus has just another one. So you have an idea. There's a list about stuff they've been trying to according to the post, last edited by Kyo Sugar does, in 27 August 2013. So this is a list of everything that they've tried. Dialogue options. Reading particular logs in a certain order, messing with the clock to change the date. Setting the clock back to when Mute supposedly did it. Leaving the game running for 12 hours instead of powering down. Digging through the game's code, the achievement isn't coded in. Using tools like SAM to manually unlock the achievement. Patching in the achievement manually. Clicking off Pristine Love. Clicking Enable AI before emergency diagnostic. Running a debug after the death of Mute, but before shutting down. Ignoring the inbox. Trying to do anything with the 70 files needed to be fixed after the game runs. Just an engine issue. Sending photos of grilled cheese sandwiches to cheese at heyplus.com. Getting new Mute in the handbox. I wonder. Looking for clues in Christine Love's achievement progress on her own game. Entering the Konami code 011899889111999972253. Chekhov's gun. Lol, and you will never guess this name. You can see their journey here. Some guys got tired and decided to make their own happy ending to our Mute. Level 4 Revive Materia. Level 4 Materia Revive. But I didn't test the mod and don't pretend to. I'm not sure how the mod works, or the current updated situation, so this may not work, as was the case with Christopher Weebling Jr. Below are more about the innovative. They even cheat a blog and group on Steam. Feel free to browse and test it. Just remember the backup of your game date every time you use a mod. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. There's no way to get that achievement. That's just... That's so funny. So, I'm looking at the global achievements, because anybody who doesn't know, whenever you view the achievements on Steam, you can click on your achievements, and you can click. Kind of funny in some ways that Steam even permits that, because no other, you're not really supposed to be able to do. It's kind of pointless to have an achievement that nobody can get. But I kind of like those spider achievements. They're funny. Because, like, I'm looking at the global achievements right now. And anyone who doesn't know, if you look at the view achievements on Steam, You can click on your achievement, you can click on my achievements, or you can click on global achievements. And when you click on global achievements, they show you the percentages of everybody who plays the game and like the percentage of achievements that they got. So 60% of players have finished the first day of any route. Granted, I would complain. However, considering the fact that I bought the game and have had it for over 10 years almost and just never opened it until a couple weeks ago, I think that's fair. One is a story progress achievement, the other one is a story progress achievement. So roughly 45% of people have beaten the game. Of the people who have beaten the game, 32 did it with Hanye, 29 did it with both, 26% did it with Mute. And then 17% of the people who got those other endings did all 3 routes. Then there is Cooking by the Book. God fucking damn. God damn it. Oh yeah, Cooking by the Book is another achievement where before, the only way to unlock it before was to photograph a picture of a cake and send it to Cake at Hate Plus. The game got an update, so you can get the achievement a lot easier now, so you don't need to bake a cake in order to get it. But that's funny, that was... There was a span of 4 years where the only way to get that achievement was to bake a cake. 8.8% of players have that. 7.5% of players have an achievement for going through Mute's route as both a man and a woman. And yeah, no. As stated before in the guide, level 4 revive materia. Finish the game with the security AI in traditional dress. 0.0% of players. Nobody has an achievement. Nobody has that achievement. And nobody was going to get that achievement. Let me double check how it is for a hate story. That's so funny. I love that. Yeah, no, do the impossible by unlocking the harem ending. No, 28.8% of players have that in the first hate game. So yeah, so much for the impossible. So this time she made an actual achievement. I love the dedication. But yeah, no. I can't even... I was gonna say, like, well, I basically read through everything, but at the same time, I say, like, hey, you could probably go and get the achievements. Aside from the fact that one of them's impossible to get, so you're never gonna get that platinum, which is going to annoy somebody. It's probably gonna annoy a lot of people. So it's not easy to make it impossible. It sounds like she had to kind of do... It sounded like she had to kind of go around, like, what she was allowed to do to make it work, and then she just never had to patch it. She patched the cake achievement so that people could still get that, but did not patch the revive materia achievement. Like, that's funny. That's not spite, but that is dedication. Like, I love it. I love when developers can be like a little bit nasty to the players. But no, like, I am really glad that just like I finally had a chance to play this. Like, it's been really good. It was really good. It was really fun to read through like all those documents again. It felt just like a very... I don't want to just say like fulfilling experience, but like it feels nice having gone back to it and like finally finishing it. Like, No, that felt really nice. I don't know what to say. It just felt very nice, and it's like really great to just kind of finally have done this. And like I've had such a nice experience with it. So yeah. I think I might end early then. Because that's kind of it. And I know kind of what I want to do tomorrow to make up for, not necessarily make up, more so, because I'm likely going to do Strive tomorrow. I'm probably going to do Strive, but maybe halfway through I might switch over to Deadlock. I'm not sure. Because I kind of wanted to do Deadlock yesterday, but I ended up playing Rivals instead. And the reason I ended up playing Rivals is because, like, I was shifting plans. I'm shifting plans constantly because I want to play... I'm hoping that I can play the Relink beta on Friday. Because, hey, I really like Relink. I really like Relink. I really, 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 really like Relink. And I want to get... I want that expansion so bad. So I'm going to have to wait patiently for it. But... Damn. I was gonna transfer I was gonna turn that into like a really smooth transition. No, I can still turn it into a smooth transition. Yeah. Speaking of how cool Relink is, I'm gonna raid into Mass Introvert. Because I think she's just starting playing Relink. Or she's making a fresh start. If Twitch will allow me, I don't think it will. That's not good. Okay, then switch. It's also Ruka's birthday. Ruka Erika's birthday. So yeah. Let's raid into Ruka. And instead of the usual raid dance, it'll just be like a happy birthday. Actually, no, we can do that. Oh my god, I can type. I promise I can type. Yeah, because if me crying during Honglu's Kanto kind of wasn't a dead giveaway, I kind of have a soft spot for birthdays. So like, I like making them a little bit special for some people when I get the chance to. So yeah, we're gonna do a birthday raid for the special birthday fox. But thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Tomorrow is going to be Strive. I'll probably do that for a little bit and maybe switch over to Deadlock. Not sure. Just filling out the schedule and trying to figure out what I'm doing. But thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning or night. Unfortunately, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can leave you in the gentle hands of a very kind kitsune. Take care.